A widow with many children was weeping bitterly at her husband's grave, and as soon as her shoulder was touched. For 4 years, Joyce had not believed in happiness. Once she had everything a woman could wish for: a loving husband, Albert, 3 wonderful children, a beautiful flat in the center, exotic trips once a year with the whole family to the end of the world, an expensive car. But everything changed dramatically when Albert died. The man was coming home late at night. A meeting had gone long. At work, he never particularly did not spare himself, realizing that a large family must be decently provided for. The job took up a lot of his time, but even with his busy schedule, he found days that he could devote to Joyce and the kids. That unfortunate night, Albert sat behind the wheel very tired. Their company was preparing for an important project, so the man hadn't slept much in the last few days. The road was empty, so at some point Albert relaxed and apparently lost his guard. He simply did not notice the impending danger. At the junction, a lorry slammed into him at full speed. There was no chance of survival. Looking at the traffic camera footage, Joyce realized that if Albert had slowed down for even a fraction of a second before the junction, the terrible tragedy would have been avoided. Inattention and fatigue were to blame, as well as the lorry driver who had arrogantly hoped to run through the junction on red. There's no point in blaming anyone now. Albert can't be brought back. It took Joyce a long time to accept what had happened when she received a call from the police. The woman was convinced that she had been the victim of a prank or fraudsters who swindled gullible relatives out of money by reporting trouble with family members. But something in the caller's tone alerted her. Senior Lieutenant Morris, as the man had introduced himself, was waiting for her at the district morgue. It took Joyce 10 minutes to get there, almost getting into an accident on the way. She entered the building on woozy legs. "This is crazy," the woman told herself. "This is a mistake. Albert's at work, he just got held up." And the fact that the phone was silent was just to keep her busy. Joyce, a man's voice called out to her. Turning round, Joyce saw a young boy standing in front of her. If he hadn't unfolded the law enforcement badge, she would never have believed he was an officer. Joyce, Senior Lieutenant Morris continued. "My name is Ethan. You and I have been chatting on the phone." Yes, Joyce responded uncertainly. "Where is he?" "Ethan, can I see him?" "Perhaps that's not the best idea," the young man replied, somehow embarrassed. "You see, the accident is terrible. There's hardly anything left of the car. And your husband. I've called you in now, rather to identify your personal belongings. I don't think it's wise to identify a body in your condition." Everything inside clenched. Joyce didn't understand how anyone could speak so callously about her husband. She still held out hope that someone else had died. There weren't many other Albertans in their big city. The policeman led the woman into a small room. Another young man sat at a desk, concentrating on typing something into his phone. Kyle Morris addressed him. "Get the evidence bag." Kyle lazily pulled open a desk drawer and extracted a clear plastic bag containing some red-stained items. "Here, Joyce, take a look at this." Ethan began laying the contents out on the table. "Do you recognize any of these items?" She was about to declare, without looking, that this was the first time she'd ever seen any of this. But then the gold pendant she'd given her husband on their wedding anniversary caught her eye. The woman reached for the shiny rectangle, but her legs gave out. Ethan managed to pull up a chair for her. Everything in front of Joyce's eyes swam. She drank the water offered by the policeman. "Yes, those are my husband's things," the woman spoke in a trembling voice. "We need to make our way to the station now, fill out paperwork and watch the security footage." Morris addressed her. Joyce didn't care anymore. Her whole world had collapsed overnight. What did she care about paperwork? She had fallen into a kind of half-remembered oblivion and reacted to the words of the staff, clutching Albert's pendant tightly in her hand. All she cared about now was how to tell her children that their daddy was gone. After the funeral, Joyce had stopped caring about what was going on around her. The children were looked after by a nanny, and Joyce herself began to drink in secret. To the housekeeper's criticism of her constant pulling of bottles out of the bin, the woman did not react. She locked herself in her room and spent long hours looking at pictures of their once happy family. This went on for months. Waking up on a frosty winter morning with a severe headache, Joyce felt as if she had woken up. She looked around at the mess around her and cried. Only now did she finally realize that Albert would never again come into their bedroom, hug her, or call her to eat the cheesecakes he always made for the family on weekends. When the woman left the room, the first thing she did was head to the kitchen. Everyone in the house was still asleep. The clock showed only the beginning of 7. Joyce was determined to prepare her husband's speciality. Her relaxed body didn't obey her. It was only on the 3rd attempt that she managed to knead the dough. When the last cheesecake was transferred from the pan to the plate, Catherine came into the kitchen. Her eldest daughter was 8, but she was remarkably advanced for her age. "Mummy?" The little girl wondered. "Are you up already?" "Yes," Catherine, the woman, tried to smile and hugged her daughter tightly. "I wasn't feeling well, but I'm fine now." "You made Daddy's cheesecakes," Catherine wondered. Of all the children, she was the only one to realize that her father was gone. James, who was only 5, cried for a long time, but he couldn't understand what was happening. Elizabeth was just a baby, unable to comprehend such information. "Mummy, are we going to have things back to normal now?" Catherine asked hopefully. "Yes," Catherine. Joyce sighed heavily. "It won't be the same. But we're strong, aren't we? We'll try to manage somehow." Catherine sat looking at her mother with a confused look. The girl could hardly believe her words. The woman had lost a lot of weight. Always neat, stylish hair turned into some kind of crow's nest. Under the eyes, darkened horrible circles. Her hands were treacherously shaking. "You know what?" Joyce suddenly suggested. "Why don't we have a beauty day this morning? Just the 2 of us." They used to have this kind of entertainment regularly, having been the first in the family. Catherine had everything a little girl could want. Therefore, hearing her mother's proposal, the daughter, without hesitation, agreed. While they were talking, James and Elizabeth entered the kitchen, accompanied by Cassandra and the Harrison family's invariable nanny. His brother held the little girl's hand with care, leading her like a princess. "Mammy," the little one shouted with glee as they embraced her. They were used to seeing their mother in the kitchen in the mornings. Joyce rarely left the room, trying not to let the children notice her condition. "My good ones." Joyce smiled as she hugged the little ones. "Good morning, Cassandra." "Good morning. I see you're in a good mood today," Cassandra replied gently. There was relief in the woman's eyes. She had been worried about Joyce lately. She had been working for the family for 8 years now. In that time, she had grown accustomed to everyone as family. With Albert's death, everything had changed. But watching Joyce fade away was unbearable. Cassandra had moved in willingly to help out and take on some of the responsibilities of a hostess. "Aunt Cassandra," Catherine said to Nanny, "Mummy and I are having a beauty day today." "Oh, you don't say, my dear. It's about time. It's better than being cooped up in 4 walls." After breakfast, Joyce and Catherine went on their beauty expedition, as they called their visit to the salon. Joyce was quickly tidied up and Catherine had her charming braids braided. However, there was a hitch at reception. "Ladies, the payment didn't go through," said the receptionist, smiling guiltily. "Let's try again. It happens sometimes." When the payment failed several more times, Joyce became seriously worried. Taking cash out of her purse, the woman paid. Getting into her car, she called the bank and reported her problem. Joyce, the employee, answered politely, "You see, the account to which your card is linked has been frozen. I can't give you the details over the phone. Come to the office." Joyce and Albert shared an account. The woman never gave much thought to how much money was in there, knowing her husband made a very good living. The message about the freeze left her confused. "Of course, it's some kind of technical glitch," the woman convinced herself. "Now I will go to the bank and find out everything." But the bank said nothing comforting. On the contrary, the situation seemed much worse. The account was arrested and blocked. Albert had some debts that Joyce had no idea about. "They never had any secrets from each other," the manager said monotonously. "Even if you inherit now, you can't unfreeze the account. By law, debts are inherited too. So what's left? Either sue, trying to recover the money, or accept it." Neither of which Joyce was happy with. Suddenly, fear came to her throat. "What is this?" the woman thought with horror. "There's no money. What am I supposed to do now? Joyce had never worked, having been fortunate enough to marry a wealthy and promising man. A student, Joyce initially worked part-time as a translator, dreaming of a career as an international translator. But her husband was adamant. I am capable of providing for you so that you will not deny yourself anything for the rest of your life. Joyce never went to work, and then Catherine appeared, and the woman devoted herself entirely to her family. Joyce grinned for the rest of her days. Who knew how things would turn out? Right now, the woman was concerned about the children. Of course, there was some cash at home, and the jewelry could be sold. Enough for the first time, but money was running out at supersonic speed. Used to living large, Joyce didn't know where her finances were going. At some point, she suddenly realized that she had run out of money altogether. The jewelry had been sold. The contents of her husband's safe were rapidly melting away. There was nothing to do, so she went to Cassandra for advice. Cassandra, the woman, began softly, stepping noiselessly into the kitchen, where the nanny was preparing something. Oh, for heaven's sake, Joyce, why are you so frightened? The lady standing at the cooker literally jumped up and down. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Joyce tried to justify herself. I've got something to talk to you about. Yes, the nanny said, wiping her hands on her apron and sitting down at the table. Joyce didn't know where to begin. But there was no one closer than Cassandra right now. She was the only person Joyce could talk to normally. Cassandra, I don't have any more money on me, she began. What do you mean, Joyce? And the woman looked at her understandingly. What do you mean you don't have any? I always thought Albert was earning enough to give your grandchildren a good old age. He did. Joyce sighed, but he had some debts. Huge debts. I've been to the bank and all the accounts are blocked. I've been spending the cash in the safe for 2 months now. I've sold most of my jewelry. Joyce, are you serious now? Cassandra exclaimed as if she couldn't believe it. Why didn't you tell me before? It's not a minor problem. You have children. It was embarrassing. Joyce excused herself. I've never been very good at counting money. It was Albert's job. He never let me in on things. Turns out money does run out. I don't know what to do now. You have to get a job before it's too late, Nanny said firmly. A job? I've never had a job, Joyce replied. You know, I got married straight out of college. Albert wouldn't let me earn my own money. Well, you have a good specialty, Cassandra said. There's always a need for translators. Cassandra didn't give up. Where would they take me? I graduated 10 years ago. No experience, nothing. Joyce disagreed. It's okay, the nanny continued. Work on the internet. I think translations are always in demand. Anyway, you never know without trying. That's true, Joyce sighed. Do you think it pays all right? It's all right, it's not all right. It's enough to live on. You'll have to tighten your belts, of course, but it's up to you, you know. I won't leave you in the lurch, but it's time you got things under control. Hello, Martin. Joyce was visibly agitated as she dialed the number of her husband's friend and companion. This is Joyce Harrison, she introduced herself. Joyce, hello. Where have you been? The man was very surprised. I rang. You didn't answer the phone. I haven't seen you since the funeral. Well, you know, I was in such a state I didn't want to see anyone. Joyce sighed heavily. Martin, I need to talk to you. It's a serious problem. I think you can help me. No problem, Martin answered in a confident tone, giving Joyce hope. Half an hour later, Martin was in the flat. It had been 6 months since he had visited his friends. Without Albert here, everything seemed somehow alien. The men had been friends since high school. They'd been through a lot. They opened their own business, shared both profits and losses. After the wedding, Albert was a little distant, but Martin did not take offense. He understood everything. He had no family of his own. His personal life was replaced by his favorite job. Joint business did not connect them for a long time. He accumulated capital. Albert went on a solo voyage, engaged in real estate, and Martin remained a small businessman. But doing what he loved, it didn't affect their friendship. What happened to you? The man asked. Martin, Joyce began. Tell me, did you know anything about Albert's business? What do you mean? Well, I was at the solicitor's yesterday. I'm about to inherit the estate. It's been 6 months. I've got to make it official, Joyce suddenly stammered. And Martin didn't quite understand what she was getting at, or what it was about the inheritance. What's the next step? Isn't it a joy to get millions and not know where to put it? So she turned to an old friend for help. Joyce continued. No, Joyce said in a tone that alerted Martin. You see, Albert had huge debts. He never said anything to me about it. So I was wondering if you knew anything. They showed me some papers, some loans, some private loans, some receipts. And now I've got to pay it all back, you know. What are you talking about? Martin was genuinely surprised. What debts? I always thought that you were doing very well. I was jealous, to be honest. So? It's a lot of money. Astronomical. I don't understand it myself. I thought he was making good money. I spoke to Jack, his assistant, well, he told me that Albert had been really looking to expand lately. He's probably got the money to do it. I just can't understand why he didn't do it on behalf of the company. I take it you're worried, Martin said, and how much is there to pay? A lot to pay out, Joyce sighed. They've blocked all the accounts, but I'm still short. I think I'm going to have to sell the flat. Really? Martin was genuinely surprised. The sum seemed to be really impressive. In his estimation, the Harrison flat was worth a lot. Center, prestigious building, huge space, designer finishes. Joyce had told him how much he needed to pay off his debts. Martin even whistled in surprise. Tell me, will you help me with the deal? Joyce asked. I don't know anything about this sort of thing. I'm afraid of running into crooks and losing the price. No problem, Joyce said persuasively. Tell me, where are you going to live? Maybe a cheaper option. I realize you're used to luxury, but you don't have much choice now. As they say, it's not a matter of living large, it's a matter of living well. Of course, Martin, I've had to say goodbye to luxury, Joyce agreed. And it would be nice to have enough for a 2-bedroom in the suburbs. There are 4 of us, after all, but there's no need to consider a decent one. I understand, Martin nodded. I'll try to find suitable options. All right, I'll get started right away so it won't take too long. Let me take a picture of the flat. I've got a good realtor in the neighborhood. He won't let you down. Mammy James interjected, where's my room? This is where you and Catherine will live. Joyce opened the door to the tiny bedroom. We'll put the beds here, and there's a table and a wardrobe. No, I don't want to live with Catherine. She's mean and greedy. I want my room back. The little boy whimpered. Honey, we're going to live here now. Don't you love it? Look how green the yard is. You'll even have your own tree. By your own tree, Joyce meant a huge cherry tree, whose branches were literally breaking through the window of the future nursery. And Elizabeth? James persisted. Elizabeth will live with me. There's plenty of room for us. Trying to smile, Joyce answered her son. Catherine entered the room. The girl's face showed that she was not happy about her new home either. Mama, she began, tell me, are we poor now? What are you saying? Joyce tried to evade, though she knew it was useless to deceive her daughter. Well, Catherine looked at her seriously. The whole flat is smaller than our kitchen. And we drove an hour to get here. Why are we moving? Mummy, I'm not stupid. Just tell it like it is. Joyce took her daughter aside. She didn't want James to get hysterical when he caught some of the phrases. Daughter, she began, I don't want to deceive you. You're right, we don't have any more money. It's just the way things are. But now we have to learn to live again. I had to sell the flat. A lot of things will change. But the important thing is to stay together. Isn't it? Joyce looked hopefully at her daughter. The girl's mind was going through an intense process. She seemed to be relating what she had heard to everything that had happened lately. For a moment, her eyes lit up. Aunt Cassandra isn't coming back, is she? Catherine asked disappointedly. If we don't have any more money, we won't be able to pay her. Catherine, Joyce hastened to reassure her. Cassandra won't leave us, we're like family to her. It's just that we will see her less often because she will have to work somewhere else. But she'll be happy to come round at weekends, won't she? Who's going to look after Elizabeth and James then? Whilst at school, the girl asked. Well, I'm working at home for the time being, and then I'm thinking of putting them in kindergarten, her mother said with sincere faith in her voice. And you yourself are ready to move to a new school? Continued questioning Catherine. Mummy, I understand everything. I'm already quite big, she said in a serious tone. What does it matter where to study? I can think for myself. Sometimes Joyce was amazed at how mature her daughter was. They couldn't afford the old grammar school. Thank goodness they had managed to get the child into a neighborhood school, which was really quite good. But still it is a stress for the girl, accustomed to classmates and individual approach of teachers. And with kindergarten for the younger ones, it was necessary to solve something. It turned out that it was not enough just to bring the children. The queue was huge, and Joyce could not afford a private institution. The cost of attendance seemed exorbitant. And then there were the two children. Cassandra's services, of course, had to be dispensed with as well. The kind woman had agreed to help with the household chores, but Joyce felt she had no right to exploit her all the time. She managed to find some work, but translations from French were of little interest now. Everywhere there was a need for specialists in Asian languages, of which the former student had only a vague idea. Anything she could earn was gone in a flash. The money left after paying all Albert's debts was barely enough for a small flat in a residential area and a small reserve, which Joyce put aside for the last resort. There was still a car, but a woman with 3 children didn't want to deprive herself of mobility, although the maintenance of a premium car also cost a lot of money. Attempts to get an official job as an interpreter in an international company failed. Seeing a spectacular, well-dressed woman, job seekers managers willingly escorted her to their offices, but her lack of experience and 3 children immediately turned them against Joyce. After a few such interviews, she gave up trying. Such conversations hurt her ego. So, and remained, in his opinion, forced to work part-time casual translations of modern French authors. The editor was in no hurry to pile orders, so the cash flow in the family did not turn into a stormy river. 6 months after the move, Joyce realized that the money is catastrophically lacking. She still had to sell the car, exchanging it for a simpler car. The school Catherine went to, although it was not elite, still required huge expenses. They were constantly collecting money for repairs, for gifts for teachers, for something else. The last thing Joyce wanted was for her classmates and teachers to be prejudiced against Catherine because of her family's difficult financial situation, so she paid all the exorbitant fees. That's the way it is in all schools, Judy, an old friend who was one of the few people Joyce kept in touch with after her husband Albert's death, once said. The rest of her friends had evaporated as soon as they felt there were no benefits to be gained from their relationship with Albert. And the widow might ask the widow for a loan. No one was in any hurry to part with the money. Joyce was a proud person, but nobody cared much about that aspect. So she was left with her university friend Judy, Martin, and Cassandra. They supported the single mom as best they could. But in today's world, it's hard enough to stay afloat without a financial backstop. You know what, Joyce? Judy continued. I've got an acquaintance who's opening a private kindergarten with some experimental methods of education. Not many clients yet, as the prices aren't too steep. Maybe I could put in a good word with her about your kids. She is a person who understands, responsive, and in trouble will not abandon. I think we can negotiate a discount. You still have to find a job, no matter what. With the kids at home, it's out of the question. That's true, Joyce thought. But I doubt if I can afford even a small amount of money. Please leave that to me, said Judy. I'll arrange it. We'll make it all right. I can't help you with the job, unfortunately. You know I'm not very good at it myself. Just as Judy had said, the owner of the daycare center had come to an agreeable arrangement. Joyce was relieved to trust the children to this woman, who, as it turned out, lived nearby and even offered to bring them home. Joyce immediately started looking for a job, hoping for some prestigious, high-paying position. It didn't work out. First, she got a job as an administrator in a beauty parlor, but she couldn't work there for a month. The relationship with the owner, who for some reason immediately disliked the newcomer, did not work out. Joyce did not have any working speciality, although there were a lot of similar vacancies, and the salary was promised to be good. There were still options, which the woman was prevented from considering by her pride. But could a person with a higher education go as a cashier or food packer in a supermarket? Joyce tried delivery, so popular with the younger generation, but after a few orders brought to her old acquaintance, she gave up the idea. And it was costing a lot of money in petrol. "Joyce, let's go to my office," as a manager Martin once suggested to her when he dropped in for tea. "We've got a girl going on maternity leave. I wouldn't want to bring in someone from outside. It's not a difficult job. Of course, I can't offer you a huge salary, but a full social package. Weekends like normal people, free meals." "Sure, I'll go," Joyce agreed without hesitation. That's how she joined Martin's firm. Things were not going well at the new place. No, the woman coped with her duties in full. But relations with her co-workers had been frayed from day one. All the women working for Martin were convinced that Joyce got her position because of the chief's favor. Some ladies were openly jealous of her striking appearance and were quick to invent another unflattering gossip about her private life. But Joyce paid no attention. All she was interested in was how to feed herself and her children. Besides, her job left her enough time to do translations. However, the woman had no weekends at all. Even joint walks with the kids remained only a dream. Thank God, Cassandra came to the rescue, helping to make ends meet. Joyce had learned to live without her husband. "Mummy," Catherine said from the doorway when she saw Joyce staring at her laptop. "I don't think you've forgotten, but I'll remind you. James turns 9 this Sunday, and we haven't even bought him a present yet." It's like Joyce woke up. "Are you serious? Sunday already? What's the date today?" "Oh, Mom, you're so funny," she marveled at her daughter. "Greetings to distant space travelers from Earthlings. On our planet today is Tuesday, the 4th of September. The time is 1837. "I'm really confused about the days at work," Joyce confessed. "It's been a nightmare today, and I've got a translation due. I couldn't get round to it." Joyce seemed exhausted. In the 4 years she had spent as a widow, a lot had changed in her life. She still worked for Martin. She was no longer the office manager, but his personal assistant. Her salary was rising in line with inflation. Joyce still hadn't learned how to cope with the problem of being broke. Catherine had become a teenager with growing needs. James had already started 3rd grade, and Elizabeth would be starting school next year. Joyce worked hard to give her children everything they needed. But quality clothes and newfangled gadgets cost a lot, and the woman did not want her favorite offspring to stand out from their peers. Of course, Catherine constantly argued with her in the shop, choosing things simpler and cheaper. But Joyce couldn't be persuaded. "Let me finish early tomorrow," her mother continued. "You and I will go shopping and pick out something interesting. Do you know what he'd like?" "Oh, Mum," Joyce. "Shame on you. You've forgotten all about us. You don't even know what your son is interested in." That's it, said Catherine. "I'm joking. I understand perfectly well. You're not a little girl, I know everything. I'll show you when we get there. We'll have to stop by the Albion shop." "All right, my daughter, whatever you say," gave up mother. "There should be enough money. I hope I've been saving." Catherine vanished out the door, leaving Joyce alone with her thoughts. 4th of September, the woman reflected. After all, the day after tomorrow will be 4 years since he's been gone. We'll at least have to go to the cemetery. Joyce went to her husband's grave once a year. She couldn't stand it any longer. To see his smiling face etched on the black granite slab. She couldn't. Immediately, a heavy wave of memories of the past came crashing down on the equally hard granite of the present. She had never taken the children with her. Only once Catherine had traveled with her, but seeing her daughter's tears was even more unbearable than her husband's stony smile. After leaving work early, Joyce took her usual route. Martin, having learnt where his assistant was going, offered to give her a lift. But it was important for Joyce to make the journey alone. There were no traffic jams yet, so she reached the cemetery quickly. On the way, she stopped at a flower shop and bought 4 snow-white roses tied with black satin ribbon. The shop assistant smiled sympathetically at her, adding even more tragedy to the situation. At the cemetery gate, Joyce did not see the typical picture of peddlers soliciting paper flowers. The beggars and cripples that usually sat along the paths were not present on a weekday. Only the sounds from the granite workshop and the few wreaths gathered near the entrance reminded her that this place still had something to do with the world of the living. Joyce walked with an uncertain gait, noting on the way the landmarks she remembered from her previous visits: the lush fence, the graves of some authority figure from the 90s, the sad angel mourning a 5-year-old girl who had left the world. A rubbish bin topped with a pile of colored funeral wreaths. Spotting a bifurcated birch tree, the woman turned onto the path on the right. Here we go, just a little further and I'll be there, Joyce thought, sinking her heels into the soft ground. The birch trees were already beginning to turn yellow. Ahead could be seen a granite slab gleaming in the sun, casting a sort of sombre golden glow. 2 huge ravens sat on the table, eating something left over from an offering to the dead with gusto. There were plastic bottles lying everywhere, wilted flower heads, dry branches. Doesn't anyone really clean up around here, Joyce thought. Is it so hard to take the rubbish away with you? Well, here I am, she said in a shaky voice, squatting down in front of the ever-smiling Albert. I'm sorry I'm alone and haven't been here in a while, love. I brought flowers. I know you didn't like them much, but it's tradition. With those words, Joyce put the roses in a jar of water, putting aside the withered remains of the ones from last time. And the children are all grown up now. Catherine's a real bride. You wouldn't even recognize her. She looks just like you. The woman pulled out her phone and started flipping through pictures of the kids. James is 9 now. Yesterday I went with Catherine to pick out a present for him. You'd think your son was into aeromodeling. They got him a plane like that. Catherine said he'd jump through the ceiling when he saw it, and Elizabeth is a year away from school. She's smart. She's already reading and writing. I even do French with her sometimes. Joyce sighed heavily, wiping away her tears with the palm of her hand. She didn't know what else to say to a dead man. All this superstition had never appealed to her. Even as a child, going to the cemetery with her relatives, she hadn't understood these meaningless conversations with the earth, libations of vodka on the grave, greetings and farewells. Well, a man is gone, he's gone. What can be done about it? What does he care about the survivors now? How am I doing? Joyce said, answering her own question, supposedly asked by the silent interlocutor. Same old, same old. I'm working for Martin. I don't know where we'd be now if it weren't for him. I don't make a lot of money, of course, but it's enough to live on. Cassandra's been very supportive. She's retired and often takes the younger ones to her cottage. I took them all summer, teaching them to garden. Elizabeth couldn't get out of the berry patch. And James has learnt to swim. I'm thinking of enrolling him in the pool. He needs sport anyway, Joyce said. For about 15 minutes, she sat in complete silence, immersed in her memories. The birdsong put her in a sort of meditative state. Suddenly, this calm was broken by a crackling noise. Joyce gave a startled shudder and looked round. An old man was standing not far from her, looking at her hesitantly. I'm sorry to startle you, the elderly man addressed Joyce peacefully. You see, it's Thursday. There's nobody here. And I'm lost again. I'm so lucky to have met you. No, not at all, the woman replied. You didn't scare me at all. I was just thinking and didn't expect anyone else to be here. Can I help you? If it's not too much trouble, could you help me find my wife's grave? It's been so many years and I keep getting lost in these gravestones. It's like she doesn't want me to see her like this, the old man smiled embarrassedly. Yes, of course, Joyce agreed, rising from the ground. Well, Albert, goodbye, I'll be off. I promise not to be discouraged. I'll give the children a hug. Joyce walked towards the old man, shaking off the hem of her cloak. She noticed he was holding a tiny bouquet of lavender. What a thing, she thought. I wonder where he found these flowers. And they don't look artificial. My name is Winston, the older man introduced himself. And I'm Joyce. Nice to meet you, Joyce, Winston said. I'm sorry we met in such a peculiar environment, the old man said apologetically. I see you're interested in my flowers. To be honest, yes, Joyce nodded. I didn't think you could find lavender in our town at this time of year. Even abroad, it's out of season. Are you interested? I am, Winston smiled. When my late wife and I went to Provence, we visited the lavender fields. The guide told us that these flowers are rarely found outside the country. They don't take root anywhere, that the climate is not suitable, or something else. So I was surprised it's just lavender. I grow them in my own greenhouse. All right, well, that's a bit of a mouthful, but what about lavender? My wife was very fond of lavender, Winston said. I didn't share that sentiment, but I can't come here empty-handed. I'd like to make her happy. Mary, he corrected himself. Oh yes, the old man was worried. Let's try to find the tombstone. I used to turn off at that stone bollard over there, but it's all changed in a year. It's weird. I can't find a white marble monument, not very tall, and there's a wrought iron bench next to it. Mary. Joyce looked around. She'd never taken much interest in who was buried next to her husband. A couple of rows to the right, she spotted several similarly described monuments and immediately headed for them. On the third try, she found the right grave. Winston, she called out. I think I found it. Come here. The old man wandered slowly between the rows of graves, trying not to stumble on the grassy paths that were slippery from the recent rain. Hello, Mary, he said cheerfully, kneeling down on the ground. Again, you didn't want me to come, and very wrongly. You're always thinking of yourself. You know what? I'll find him. Joyce was looking at the photograph on the monument. It was of an elderly but strikingly beautiful woman. There was something subtly oriental about her appearance, and her eyes were laughing, filled with childlike joy. Judging by the date on the plaque, the woman had died 10 years ago, and also on the 6th of September. As you can see, Joyce thought, that's quite a coincidence. I wonder what it was from. She wasn't very old. She must have been ill. Suddenly, the old man's voice broke the silence and interrupted her thoughts. He spoke in French. The last thing Joyce had expected to hear was French poetry. Not just any poetry, but an extract from a famous poem by Arthur Rimbaud, to whom she had dedicated her thesis. Rolling tides and in winter's cold. I ran, baffled as the mind of children and peninsulas, breaking away from the land, had not learnt the triumph of such wild passions. By itself, Joyce's translation of the stanza spoken by Winston succeeded. The old man froze, slowly turned his head in her direction, and looked with surprise at the woman for whom it had cost nothing not only to recognize a rare poem, but also to reproduce it in Russian. Well, well, he said. I see you like Rimbaud? You see, Joyce replied, sitting down on the bench. When I was a student, I studied French, and this poem by Rimbaud was the subject of my thesis. I'm literally fascinated by this young poet, because he didn't have much else to write. And this poem left a significant mark on French poetry and literature in general. To say that I was surprised to hear it here now, and in excellent French, is an understatement. Yes, Winston laughed. There are coincidences in life. And how can you not believe that everything in the world happens for a reason? Joyce, that poem. Mary was literally obsessed with it. My wife had an excellent knowledge of French, and as a young woman, she was fond of translating the classics. Then one day she came across Rimbaud, and you realize how difficult it was to get hold of such literature, even for students. She read the translation, but it seemed to her that it did not convey the essence of the original, and Mary was a very persistent and determined girl. So she decided to create her own translation. I have an old notebook at home in which my wife wrote down her versions, but she was never able to perfect them, as she thought. It would be very interesting to see it, Joyce said. I touched on the subject of translation during the defense, but it was about the popular versions. I'm interested purely from a professional point of view. If you're really interested, then you're welcome to visit, Winston replied. I live alone. My son got married a long time ago and moved to the capital. He visits once every couple of years, Winston continued. I'm afraid to fly. I've never even seen my grandchildren in person. Mary's gone. I'm a recluse. My friends have all left this world long ago. If it's not too much trouble, come and see me. I live near the Central Library, you know. Maybe the house with the columns in the original? I know, Joyce smiled. The old man's offer might have seemed dubious to some, but the woman felt that the man was very lonely, and the sincerity with which he told her the details of his life was endearing. Besides, Joyce really wanted to look at Rimbaud's translations. Her professional interest was making itself felt. I'll definitely come. Let's do it tomorrow at 5 o'clock. It'll be convenient. I'll have a couple of hours to spare. Of course, assured her old man. Come, I'll treat you to a specialty coffee. A woman's recipe. I'll leave you my phone number. If anything changes, let me know. The new acquaintances stayed at the cemetery for some time, and then Joyce kindly offered to give Winston a lift home. All the way he told her about the peculiarities of growing flowers in the greenhouse. Joyce had never realized it could be so interesting. She returned home in high spirits. Catherine had already come home from school. We must eat quickly, Joyce said. Mother and daughter went to the kindergarten. Elizabeth managed to get into a fight with a boy who was pulling her braids. The conflict ended with a torn shirt. The child's angry mother demanded compensation from Joyce for the spoilt item. Unwilling to listen to an explanation, Joyce silently pulled out the money. Noticing that the purse was almost empty, she muttered, "Yes, it's still a couple of days before payday." She didn't scold Elizabeth, noting only, "A real lady would not defend her honor with her fists, but would seek revenge using her intelligence." "How's that, Mummy? I don't understand." "You and I will definitely talk about it, but a little later. But I'm still glad you didn't let yourself be offended." "Mum," Catherine intervened in the conversation, "why did you give that bitch the money? It's clear that it's her child's fault." "If you'd stayed out of it, you'd still be in one piece," Catherine said. "Sometimes you have to give in," said the mother. "I realize what a conflict would lead to now. We'd have a fight with her. She still won't admit that her son is at fault. After all, then I will question her love and methods of upbringing. And there's no way to prove anything to an offended soul. He'd end up attacking Alex again tomorrow, only with his mother's encouragement. And now we'll teach our princess how to take revenge on the offender without using fists, so that she won't bother again. And this, as you called her, bitch doesn't have enough brains to realize that her son was insulted." "Well, Mum," Catherine stretched out, laughed, "what a sly one you are." Having finished her work, Joyce remembered that she had promised to stop by Winston's. She called her eldest daughter and arranged for her to pick Elizabeth up from kindergarten, telling her that she would be a little late. Mum, Catherine piped up, "Are you late for work, or are you going on a date?" "What date, baby?" Joyce laughed. "I've got an appointment. I'll try not to be long. Okay?" "All right," Catherine whispered, "don't worry." Joyce bought some cakes on the way. She didn't want to go to the house empty-handed. She knew a good bakery that sold inexpensive but delicious sweets. She liked to take her children there when she had free time for a joint day off. The woman parked in front of the impressive stuccoed front door, noting that the house where the old man lived did not look simple, even by modern standards. In the old days, representatives of the ruling elite, diplomats, academics, high-ranking officials lived in such Stalinist high-rises. But today, only very wealthy people could afford a flat in such an architectural object. Winston lived on the 7th, top floor. Joyce took a rare lift with a sliding cast-iron grille and noticed the rich decoration of the stairwell. The walls were decorated with moldings, the marble floors were clean, and each door had a gilded plaque with the initials of the owners. When she rang the bell at the door that said Winston lived behind it, the woman waited a long time for the door to be opened. Winston greeted her with a broad smile. The old man was dressed in an immaculately tailored gray woolen suit that made him look much younger. "Good evening, dear Joyce." The man greeted her. "I didn't expect you to come." "Why not?" the woman asked, embarrassed. "Well, you'd have to admit, meeting in a cemetery is a rather dubious way to start a relationship," the older man smiled. "Though, considering the way life flows nowadays, it's surprising that strangers can even talk to each other and find a common theme." "I confess," Joyce replied, "I am driven by professional interest, and I'd like to try your advertised coffee. I brought some cakes too." "Thank you." Winston took the bundle of treats. "Please come in." Joyce walked into the huge living room. The flat had high ceilings of at least 4 meters. One wall of the spacious room was completely filled with shelves of books. On the shelves were whole collections of rare editions, which the owner of the library had collected for decades. There were even some ancient-looking medieval manuscripts and editions with traces of time on their covers. Apparently, the owner of the flat was a man extremely well-read. The order of the bookshelves made it clear that the contents were not just decoration or an attempt to impress. "I see you like my little collection?" Winston asked, bringing trays of coffee and sweets into the room. "It's quite small," Joyce said, still looking at the books. "There are at least 2,000 volumes here." 3,047. "To be exact," said the old man. "There were more, but when Mary died, I donated some of it to the university library, as she had willed. And now that I'm retired, I can't afford to read as much as I used to. My eyesight's not what it used to be. And you know, it was more interesting to discuss what I read with Mary than to be alone with my opinions. Sometimes I'd open her favorite illustrated editions and just admire the drawings. Here, for example, Winston reached for one of the shelves, where there was a whole collection of brightly colored covers decorated with golden Arabic ornaments. Winston displayed Tales of 1001 Nights, an amazingly beautiful full-size book covered in silk with a glossy marbled insert depicting a tent in a flowering garden. "It's a 1913 French edition with illustrations," he said. "Oh my God, it's beautiful." Joyce marveled. "I'd never have realized that such copies were in private collections. It's a work of art." "You're right," smiled the old man. "Such collections can easily be sold at auctions for decent money. Today there are no more than 5 complete collections of such books. But I will not sell my fairy tales for any money. You see, they are not just well-preserved volumes, they are memories. Moments of happiness, forever gone, but also forever in my soul. Mary and I bought this collection in Paris, would you believe it, at a flea market, and for only 300 francs. Although at the time it seemed a fabulous sum to us. When Soviet citizens got to foreign countries, they bought everything that was different from their usual life. But for some reason, Mary and I did not go to fashionable shops and perfume shops, but went straight to hunting for antiques. The seller asked 400 francs for the books, but we had only 300 francs left. Seeing the fire in my wife's eyes, the merchant could not stand it and gave in. Probably then he regretted 1,000 times, because today the cost of such a collection is at least 30,000 euros. "Oh, really?" Joyce marveled. "Is it really true?" "It's true," sighed the old man. "So what good is money if you can't buy anything with it? Think about it. How can I, an old man, afford such a sum? It won't bring me joy. Shall I put it in the bank? What for? For a funeral, maybe. Because it's expensive. And it's expensive to send yourself to the next world for that kind of money. I'm not some pharaoh." Joyce laughed. Winston was right. She wondered what she would have done herself. If she owned such expensive books, she probably wouldn't hesitate to sell them. He's the one who doesn't need the money. Joyce has children to raise. Every penny counts. That kind of luxury is a thing of the past. What if the books belong to the children? Joyce wondered. Then, no, not at any price. It would be too low. She'd be better off scrubbing floors. She wouldn't sleep at night, but she wouldn't deny her family the right to such a treasure. Winston sipped his tea from a fine china cup. "Oh, what lovely coffee!" Joyce exclaimed. "I've never tasted anything like it." "I'm glad you appreciate my specialty recipe," laughed the old man, "though it's not quite right to call it your own. I learned to make coffee this way from an old Arab named Amin. His coffee shop was located in one of the old neighborhoods. Arabs appreciate coffee. For them, it's not just a drink, but a whole culture." "How interesting," Joyce exclaimed. "Have you traveled a lot?" "A lot," Winston sighed. "But Algeria is a special subject for Alice and me. You see, she was an interpreter at the embassy. She was sent to North Africa right after college. At that time, the Union was actively establishing relations with the Arab states. There weren't many specialists. That's where she and I met." "And you're a translator too?" Joyce was surprised. "No, not at all," smiled the old man. "I was an archaeologist." "An archaeologist?" Joyce marveled. "Yes, I agree. It's not an ordinary profession," Winston replied. "For a long time, our group had excavated all over the United States. My specialty is Orientalism. I lived in Uzbekistan for a long time. We found a lot of stuff there. But in the 70s, I received an unusual offer from my university to go to Algeria to excavate in Jamil. Of course, I agreed. It was practically impossible to go abroad at that time. I should not have refused such a chance. An interest, you can't deny it. But here we went to Africa. At first, of course, everything seemed wild, especially the unbearable heat and the absence of the usual amenities. We drove into the mountains. It was very hard to get there, and to be honest, it was scary. The very terrain and people were frightening, and our guide looked like a criminal. Jamil is an ancient Roman city. They began to study it in the early 20th century, so we were not pioneers. But we had to take into account that Algeria is not a developed country. No roads, no proper shops, and it's in the middle of nowhere. We had to carry all the luggage, provisions, and equipment on our backs. We had a few mules. I'm still amazed at how hardy they are. And Norman, the guide, even though he had a creepy appearance, turned out to be a reliable man. He saved us from many dangers. We were several months away from civilization, surrounded by ancient ruins. There were ghosts and creatures everywhere. But the scariest of all were the nights, or rather the cold that came with them. It's unbelievable when the temperature rises to +50 during the day and drops below 0 at night in the mountains. Of course, it's a peculiar pleasure. But we were young and brave and obsessed with digging. "How did you and your wife meet?" Joyce asked. "And Mary?" Winston sighed. "Mary and I first met when our group was on its way home." The old man drew in more air, as if preparing to dive underwater. After a long pause, he began his story. The excavations at Jamil were a success. Winston's group managed to find the remains of thermal baths and well-preserved mosaic floors. They even managed to get hold of a few clay jugs, which were quite well preserved. Such a find was rare, so the archaeologists were already preparing to rest on their laurels of glory, having taken several hundred pictures, published dozens of articles in magazines, and carefully packed their equipment. The group intended to make the return journey in the morning. The last night began as usual. At first, it was sharply cold. The guys built fires, cooked dinner, and sat down to tell stories. Life stories quickly became boring. Then the interpreter Norman began to pester Sid to tell them something interesting about this place, something he had encountered himself. The guy did not agree for a long time, but after persistent persuasion and a couple of shots of vodka, his tongue was loosened. "I had just started taking scientists to the ruins," Sid began. "My first group was 4 young Frenchmen," Sid said. "The War of Independence had just ended. The atmosphere here was not the most favorable, but I liked that these young people were free of prejudice and didn't hold their noses. There was a photographer among them. I think his name was Jean, though I could be wrong." They reached Jamil quickly. It was the beginning of September. It was not very hot during the day, so it was easy to walk. The boys set up camp at the site, and I went to harness the mules. "What's stopping us here?" Norman asked quickly. So it was decided to start the work in the morning. We were sitting by the fire, as we were now, and preparing to go to our tents. Suddenly, one of the guys noticed that Jean was gone. When the photographer left, no one noticed. At first, we thought he had gone to sleep in the tent. He didn't turn up. We went round the neighborhood, calling for him, trying to find him with torches, but no luck. The guy was gone without a trace. It's not hard to get lost here, but there's a risk of wandering into the mountains and falling into a crevasse. Sleep was out of the question. Every minute counted. We split into pairs and continued our search. Francois and I went into the mountains, and the other 2 lads went to explore the ruins. When dawn broke, my partner and I returned to camp. As we approached, Luke, one of the guys who had gone to the ruins, came running towards us. He was waving his arms and shouting at us to hurry up. We ran after him toward the amphitheater. There on the steps sat Eugene. His head was as white as chalk, though only yesterday he had been a burly brunette. He was frantically clutching his camera and muttering to himself the word Mopana. The guy seemed to be unable to see anyone or anything around him. His pupils were severely dilated and his lips were chapped. He did not respond to our words. We got him to the camp, gave him tea, and put him to bed. By morning he seemed to have regained consciousness, but he remembered nothing at all. Perhaps he had managed to photograph something, but I was not to find out. As soon as the guys left, I never heard from them again. Sam broke the silence around the fire. You know, I went out of the tent last night to take a leak, and just in the area of the amphitheater I saw some kind of glow. I thought it looked like the moon was setting, even though it was overcast. What if it was haunted? That's a bit of a stretch, Sam said Norman. There's no such thing as ghosts. Yeah, Winston, the leader of the group, said skeptically. He had always thought such stories were rubbish. He wasn't going to believe them, but he couldn't sleep well after what he'd heard. When all the boys had gone to their tents, Winston lay still for a long time, wondering what the Frenchman could have seen in the ruins that he had turned gray overnight. Suddenly, his musings were interrupted by a crackling noise from the street. He poked his head out of the tent, but it was empty. Only the embers of the fire were slowly going out. He was about to climb back in when the crackling sound came again. The sound was loud and distinct, coming from the direction of the ruins. But no Winston muttered, climbing out of the tent. Whatever it was, it didn't sound like it was coming from the other side of the world. The boy did not wake anyone, and, armed with a strong lantern and a stout stick, set off in the direction of the amphitheater. There was someone in the center of the structure. Winston froze, not understanding how a person could be here. The logical explanation was that it was someone from the camp, but the figure was dressed in something light-colored, covering almost the entire body. Winston gripped the stick tighter and aimed the beam of light at the man sitting below. "Hey, what are you doing here?" shouted the archaeologist. The figure didn't move. Oliver sank down a couple of steps and froze, sweating with fear. Had the boys decided to play a trick on him, knowing how he felt about all sorts of mysticism? "Norman," he shouted, "if they're trying to scare me, it won't work. I'm going to use this stick." Winston confidently ran down the steps and approached the figure, swinging the stick. Suddenly, the figure rose sharply and turned round. The lantern illuminated a woman's face covered in blood. Winston stepped back, paralyzed with fear. The woman stared at him in silence. "Who are you?" Winston spoke in plain English. "Do you need help? We have a first aid kit. I'll get it for you. Just don't go anywhere. Do you understand me? I'll be back." He was about to leave when suddenly the woman grabbed his arm and addressed him in clear Russian. "You're not a hallucination, you're real. Are you here alone? I didn't hope for help anymore. You see, our motorcade was attacked. We were on our way to Seattle, but we got trapped on the way. Some men pulled us out of our cars, started pushing us around, trying to get us into their truck. I managed to get away. You see, it's getting dark fast. I know the city's not far away, but I'm totally disorientated. I came across these ruins and decided to wait out the night. But it's very cold. If it wasn't for you, I think I'd have frozen to death by morning." Only now Winston noticed that the stranger was wearing a silk business suit that was stained and torn in places, and what he took for a blanket was a jumper and an Arab headscarf. "Lord, let's go to the camp," Oliver exclaimed, taking the woman under his arm. "Can you walk?" "I think so," she answered. "Only my heel seems to be broken." Winston helped her to the camp, lit a fire and sat her on a bench. From the tent he got 2 blankets and a first aid kit. Treating the wound on the stranger's face, the guy saw that she was still quite young, no more than 25 years old. "What is your name?" asked the archaeologist. "My name is Winston. I am an American archaeologist who by fate found himself in this wilderness." "And I'm Mary," the girl answered and even tried to smile. It was obvious that she was still frightened. "Mary Smith. I work at the American Embassy as an interpreter. We traveled from Algeria on a diplomatic mission to a local university. But as I said, we were attacked on the way." "God, what about Sebastian and the others?" She continued confusedly. "I'm the only one who escaped." The girl appeared greatly disturbed. Winston, too, was alerted to the fact that bandits might be lurking nearby. Of course, they had a few guns in the camp, but they could hardly serve as a good defense. "There's no point in worrying about that now," the archaeologist said hastily. "You can't help anyway. Tomorrow we will go down to the city. And there we will think what to do in this situation. Right now you should be glad that you were not captured by these bandits and did not die in the mountains." Norman's head emerged from the tent. Loud voices woke him up. The others also seemed to wake up. In a minute, the whole group was already sitting around the fire. They were surprised at the appearance of a woman in the camp, and a very beautiful one at that. Nobody fell asleep till morning. First, everyone listened to the story of the appearance of a stranger in the camp, and the remaining few hours were on duty. In the morning, the archaeologists loaded their loads onto mules and set off for town. Mary was placed on one of the pack animals, and Winston walked beside her, ready to support her at any moment. You know, if Syed hadn't told us that terrible story the night before Winston began, I'd be fast asleep. I'm afraid to imagine what would have happened to you. What was the story? Mary asked. Was it about ghosts in Roman ruins? Exactly, laughed the boy. I don't believe in all that, of course, but somewhere inside there's still hope that there's something left after death. And I believe that we don't go away forever, she said sadly. At the gendarmerie, Mary explained at length to an officer in mirror-polished shoes and white gloves. What happened yesterday? The officer called somewhere several times, making the girl languish in suspense. Winston never left her side. The rest of the guys had gone to a hotel to rest. He realized there was no way Mary could be left alone. After a couple of hours spent in the station, it was learnt that the diplomatic motorcade was attacked by a group of radicals opponents of the ruling party. At that time, relations between the United States and Algeria were developing very unfavorably. But there were those who were against it. The diplomats were taken prisoner and ransomed. Mary got through to the embassy and learnt that the negotiations had been successful and that her colleagues would soon be safe. The other end of the line was very happy to hear that the girl was all right. They offered to send a car for her, but Mary refused, preferring to get to the capital by train. Winston was very pleased with this option. It meant that for some time he would be able to continue his acquaintance with this amazing girl. After all, his group also had to take the train to get to the international airport. In the capital, Mary escorted Winston to his flight. Before boarding, they exchanged addresses and phone numbers. A year later, the girl returned to her homeland. By that time, between the young people, there were real feelings. And Winston, in order to please his beloved, even began to learn French. Mary was transferred to the consulate. She sometimes had to go to North Africa, but most of the time she spent in the United States. Winston tried to match his expeditions to his friends' business trips. So it turned out to spend more time together. 2 years later, lovers played a wedding. Winston did not dote on his girlfriend. The girl shared all his hobbies, charged love for her own, so the newlyweds always had something to talk about. Hot arguments caused a discussion of literature. Mary passionately collected books, and if Winston preferred history and architecture, she grabbed every volume of poetry. On their honeymoon, they managed to go not anywhere, but to France. For American citizens, such a trip was something from the category of fantasy. Not everyone could afford to see the Eiffel Tower, but Mary's job at a foreign consulate was a great advantage. She was offered to accompany a high-ranking official to an international forum. The event was to last 3 days, and Mary could stay in a foreign country for another week, and to her great joy, she was allowed to take one relative with her. While his wife attended social receptions, Winston wandered around Paris, took lots of photographs, and practiced his conversational French. A simple American was fascinated by this majestic city. Architectural delights struck his imagination, and people conquered by their hospitality. When Mary's official activities were over, the couple could finally enjoy all this splendor together. The young wife dragged Winston to flea markets, museums, and cozy coffee houses. And at night they took long walks along the Seine embankment and dreamed of the future, enjoying the present. A year later, the couple had a son, Alex. Mary was over the moon with happiness. She inherited from her grandfather a huge flat in the center, where the couple immediately moved. Winston was swamped with work. He was sent to Fort Worth, near which were large-scale excavations of ancient sites. For 5 years, he was home for a maximum of 2 months a year. Mary almost completely took over the upbringing of her son, but even such long absences could not spoil the relationship between the spouses. On those rare days when Winston was home, he tried to make up for the entire period of his absence. Mary and little Alex marveled at how Daddy had so much energy and ideas for things to do together. He organized large-scale excursions around the city, took them to the countryside, arranged some fantastic costume plays at home, and still as heatedly argued with his wife about literary preferences. Finally, his forced exile ended and Winston sighed calmly, except that it became uneasy outside the window. The country was about to undergo a change of power, which some awaited with excitement, others with fear. By 1985, Winston, who successfully defended his doctorate, has already led his own archaeological unit at the university. He rarely traveled to the field, swamped with paperwork. By that time, the man had not yet turned 40, so he was very frustrated by the lack of practical research. Mary continued to work at the consulate, where she returned after her maternity leave. She didn't even have to worry about a position. There were only a handful of specialists like her. And thanks to her natural charm, even conflicts between delegations could be resolved. Alex was already in the 3rd grade and proudly wore a bright red pioneer tie around his neck. Unlike his parents, the boy had an extraordinary passion for English. Mary did her best to send him to one of the most prestigious language schools. By the standards of society, their family was considered exemplary, intelligent, educated, beautiful. The neighbors were especially envious of the fact that the couple never quarreled. Quarrels simply did not fit in their heads. How could they quarrel, living soul to soul? But the couple paid absolutely no attention to what was going on around them. Even suddenly fallen on the country, hard times could not break their strong family. When what was considered an unshakable power began to fall apart, Winston lost his job. No one cared about the ruins of the past when the ruins of the present formed all around. The couple were lucky. Mary was offered a long-term business trip, this time to Canada. The woman agreed without delay, realizing what could happen in her native country in the coming years. The most painful part of the move was perceived by Alex. By that time, he was going through a difficult period of teenage maximalism. Especially, he was in love with his classmate and almost ran away on the eve of the flight. But Winston had a serious talk with his son, convincing him of the need for a temporary move. In Canada, the boy came in handy excellent knowledge of English. He quickly adapted to school and made new friends. Winston managed to get a job as a consultant at the Faculty of Archaeology at the University of Montreal. The couple returned to the States only in 2008, when the country was recovering from another crisis. Alex stayed in Canada, by then enrolled in college. For some reason, Mary was sure that her son would never return to the States. As it turned out, she was right. Alex finished college in Canada, then got a job in New York, married well, and only occasionally came to visit his parents. The couple returned to their luxurious flat, which had been rented for the past few years by a German diplomat. Mary was delighted to find that her favorite books had literally been dusted off. The life of husband and wife flowed again in the usual course. Winston found an interesting niche for himself, consulting and organizing private archaeological expeditions, the demand for which increased sharply by 2000. At home, he only had time to wonder where, and his wife by that time has already passed the 50-year milestone. So much energy. The woman left the civil service and took up tutoring. She liked teaching students French. Young people listened with interest to her stories about her amazing travels in French-speaking countries. And then a terrible thing happened. Mary had a stroke. She was completely paralyzed on the right side of her body. It happened on 6th September 2002. Winston was away at the time, learned about what happened on the phone, and immediately dropped everything to return to his beloved wife. After a long period of rehabilitation, the mobility of the limbs never returned. The disease has severely distorted her speech. All that mattered to Winston was that his wife was alive. But it seemed to Mary that such an existence could not be called life. Winston treated her like a child. He was increasingly annoyed with her. At some point, she was very distant, refused to accept his help, so it was necessary to hire a nurse. In rare moments, when Mary's mood improved, he went into her room and read her long Arabian fairy tales. The woman would cry. Winston was confused. He realized that he was completely helpless in this situation. He even tried to go to a psychologist to establish a relationship with his wife, but everything was to no avail. Mary did not want to be a burden, so she gradually faded away. This went on for 10 years. And then one morning, 6th September 2012, Winston, as usual, went into the bedroom of his wife to say good morning, but was horrified to find her dead. Mary had drifted off to sleep. Her face was calm and even somehow happy. After hearing of his mother's death, Alex returned. The funeral was lavish. Say goodbye to Mary came all her former colleagues, numerous friends. Winston, however, the death of his beloved undermined. The man withdrew into himself, stopped all contact with society. He was horrified to realize that together with Mary went that part of him that made him enjoy every day. His son begged the old man to go with him to the capital, but for Winston such a thing was unacceptable. He took an interest in floriculture, began to grow in indoor greenhouses, his late wife's favorite flowers, lavender. And every year he carried fragrant bouquets to her grave. The old man sighed heavily as he finished his story. Joyce could see that the memories were causing him unbearable pain. "She's been gone 10 years now. But I hope every time I hear her voice again," he said. "I know what it's like," Joyce replied. "My story, though not as romantic, is that when my husband left, my world literally turned upside down. For 4 years now I've been trying to cope with the loss, but I still can't get used to the fact that he's gone." Joyce, Winston said to her, "Thank you for listening to the old man's story. You're the first person I've been able to talk to so easily in 10 years. And, I'm relieved." "Winston, this date, the 6th of September, is a fateful date," Joyce said thoughtfully. "Did you meet Mary on that day? She fell ill and died on the same date. My husband died on the 6th of September, and you and I met on the same date. Don't you find that odd?" "I don't know, my dear," said the old man. "I don't believe in mysticism, but I can't help thinking that maybe there is a connection." Winston, Joyce suddenly suggested, "Come and visit us on Sunday. It's my son's birthday. I'd love for you to meet the children," Joyce said. She felt sorry for the lonely old man, trapped in this huge flat, alone with his memories of his wife. She liked him very much, so she thought it was appropriate to invite him to the family party. "I don't know," Winston replied uncertainly. "Would I be in the way?" "Not at all." Joyce was quick to reassure him. "Of course not. You're such an interesting man. I think it would be nice for you and my children to get to know each other, and you and I have a lot to talk about. Honestly, I can't stand to see you lonely. Please come." "All right," the old man laughed in reply. "I will." From then on, Winston became a frequent visitor to the Joyce family's flat. The children immediately fell in love with the elegant and talkative grandfather, who had stories for every occasion. They listened for hours about his expeditions, traveling to other countries. Often Winston invited them to his house. Catherine was captivated by the old man's library. Together with Elizabeth, they read French fairy tales, looking at ancient engravings depicting the stories. Grandfather, otherwise they did not call Winston, spoilt the children with sweets, showed the outlandish things brought by him from foreign trips. Joyce was happy to have such a friend in the family. They chatted constantly with Winston over coffee, discussing everything that could come to mind. As a conversationalist, the old man was unrivaled. He literally knew everything about everything. Gradually, Joyce got rid of the heavy burden of the past. One weekend, Winston came to visit and immediately took Joyce aside. "Joyce," he began, "we've been in touch for a long time, and I'm amazed at how much my life has been enriched by having someone so close to me in it. I can see how hard it must be for you to raise these wonderful children alone. Tell me honestly, are you happy with your life?" "I don't understand you, Winston," Joyce replied with embarrassment. "Of course I'm content. I have beautiful children, a roof over my head, and now I've got a friend like that. I can't complain, can I?" "That's a good answer," Joyce smiled the old man. "But that's not what I mean," Winston continued. "Let me get this straight. Do you have enough to live on?" Joyce opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. They had never discussed material matters. Well, Winston knew that she worked as a manager in a small firm. She'd never disclosed her salary, but it wasn't hard to guess that it was barely enough to support such a large family. The flat was in treacherous need of repairs. The car was literally screaming for emergency assistance. But did it matter? Joyce, Winston continued seriously, "You may not say anything, but I'm not a fool. I can see this isn't easy for you. And frankly, it's a shame to see such a talented and versatile man wasting away in a hopeless job. That's why I have something to offer you. I've been talking to some of my old mates. Tell me, would you be interested in working in your specialty?" "What do you mean?" Joyce was surprised. "What do you mean?" "As a translator." "Joyce, come on. There's a big company looking for a French translator. It's a prestigious job. It's a branch of a well-known French pharmaceutical company. Believe me, you'll be hired." "I've already forgotten the language," Joyce mumbled embarrassedly. "It's nothing," Winston hastened to reassure her. "You speak perfectly well. You don't even have an accent. I know what I'm talking about. If you agree, come to the interview tomorrow. It's more of a formality, but you have to come and get acquainted. You can start work right away." Winston, she couldn't believe what she was hearing. "If you're serious, of course I'll do it. What time tomorrow?" "Hang on, Joyce. Tomorrow's the 6th of September. Joyce was really enjoying her new job. She had to socialize with interesting people and regularly fly to France to accompany her boss. She had been in her position for 2.5 years. During this time, it turned out to be possible to establish a life. The children were transferred to a prestigious school. The eternal material problems fell away somehow by themselves. Even in her personal life, there was a shift. Joyce finally let Albert go, and one of her colleagues had a clear sympathy for her, which, to Joyce's surprise, turned out to be mutual on her part. One day her phone rang in the middle of the night, waking her from sleep. She did not immediately understand the meaning of what she heard. A familiar voice announced that Winston had passed away today. The old man had gone quietly, his heart stopping in his sleep. Joyce wept. Over the past few years, this elderly man had managed to become a true friend to her, even more a family man. But his passing had not caused hysteria. She was glad that at last this man would meet his beloved somewhere in heaven, where he stubbornly refused to believe with his mind, but recognized with his heart. Joyce helped with the funeral arrangements. Rummaging through the flat, she found a letter addressed to her, which Winston had apparently written shortly before his death. With trembling hands, she unsealed the envelope. Joyce pulled out a neatly written piece of paper. "My dear Joyce, I didn't want to upset you prematurely, but I feel like I don't have much time left. I'm glad that at the end of my days, life has turned color again. Both you and your children are a real miracle. I have tried to do my best to help you deal with whatever has been keeping you from breathing fully. I want that from now on you have everything so that nothing will prevent you from developing and loving life. So please accept my humble gift for James and Elizabeth, because I know that for yourself you will refuse. With sincere respect and love for you, Winston." Joyce ran her hands over the sheet, not understanding what Winston meant. She was both happy and sad to receive such a message from him after he had gone. Soon Joyce forgot about the letter and plunged headlong into the abyss of everyday life. What was her surprise when 6 months later she received a call from the notary inviting her to attend the reading of Winston's will. At the appointed hour, the 6th of September, the woman entered the office, where she was informed that the last will of the deceased was to bequeath his flat to James, Elizabeth and Catherine Jones, and the library stored in it their mother Joyce Harrison. The midday heat and the breeze blowing in from the quarried sand pit created a dusty, stuffy veil over the winding ribbon of country road that made his throat sore and his eyes water. So much so that it didn't even help to turn away from the curb where the uncultivated grasses had grown to man-sized proportions. Sneezing, Logan once again berated himself for having been tempted to walk. He would have chosen the bus and would have been in the district center by now, but as it was, he had to walk for at least another hour. Just fine. The guy stopped for a moment, dropped his backpack on the ground and pulled out a bottle of water, greedily gulped it down. He poured the rest of it over his head. That's a little better. Then, throwing the strap of the backpack on the other shoulder, went further. And then, when the road made another detour rounding a birch grove, exclaimed and smiled. Well, how could I have forgotten about it? He had already forgotten about it 100 times in these places, but he had his topographical absent-mindedness here. He could turn off the road and go along the lake. Such a rearrangement of the route added a few kilometers, but every step, of course, should now be easier. Logan was so happy that he even began to hum a cheerful tune of some song under his nose. "Uncle." A child's voice called out to him, and Logan froze. Was he imagining things? He looked around. Didn't he seem to be the only one here? "Uncle, can I ask you a favor?" The voice came again, now even closer, and Logan, before he could remember, half-jokingly and colorfully about all sorts of wild mystical spirits lured by imitation of human speech, saw the owner of this voice. It was a girl of about 7 years old, thin and white all over from the pale skin and a scattering of freckles from the nose and up to the knees to the golden, sun-whitened hair. A little girl in a dress that, judging by its drab appearance, could have once served as a potato sack, emerged from the thicket of reeds. Bare feet slapped on the muddy lake shore. Logan said. "Hello," he said, and swallowed nervously, because it was strange and unsettling to find a child in a deserted place between two villages. "Where are your parents? Where are the adults?" Actually, the young stranger frowned. "I'm big enough to go where I need to go on my own." I see Logan nodded, though of course nothing was clear. "What? What's wrong?" Nothing. The girl looked at him with a look that said, "Are you stupid, uncle? I just need some help. If you can't do it yourself, you have to ask others. That's what my mom taught me. And also, of course, you have to say the important word, please. Please. Uncle, can you make me a boat?" With the last impatient word, he was handed some old sheet of paper, I think, from a drawing album. I think Logan dropped his backpack to the ground and took the sheet. But he didn't make anything from it, instead looking intently at the girl. Something about this seemed strange and wrong to him. "So you're walking alone. Where do you live?" There, and Chernica waved a thin hand in the direction where there was a village with a beautiful berry name. "And why do you ask?" The girl, having knocked a mosquito off her cheek, frowned. "Are you not a bad man? Why do you want to know where I live?" The young creature's suspicion was reasonable, but it came out so amusingly, coupled with the terms of their acquaintance, that Logan grinned. "Don't you think it's dangerous to ask a stranger to make you a ship? Maybe I'm a really bad person?" "Well, that's unlikely," replied the crumb. "You look like someone else. Different. The good one. The smart one." She waved her hands. "Mommy calls them Telly." "Intelligentsia?" Logan prompted, and the girl nodded. Actually, she guessed a little. He was indeed a scientist and came from what could be called an intelligent family. And as for the guess, well, Logan himself knew what kind of impression he made. Tall, skinny blonde guy with glasses, often wore plaid shirts. Yeah, that's how nerds are usually portrayed in movies. But he was just being himself, and he was fine with that. As for the opinion of others, first of all, it didn't matter. And secondly, he knew how to make an impression if he had to. Thanks to his grandfather, who did not let him down and in the period of growing up brought up in such a way that sometimes I wanted to howl. "Okay, I'll make you a ship," Logan said, and raised the sheet higher, going to bend it into a simple but quite buoyant figure. And before the sheet had been frayed and possibly soaked in a puddle and then dried underfoot, it was indeed a watercolor, and a pretty one at that. A skillful hand had subtly depicted a forest thicket, over which the moon had risen. It was interesting, the fact that there was an empty space in the middle of the drawing, on which some poem had been written, not with paint, but with an ink pen. The lines were blurred, frayed, one could hardly make out anything. But Logan made it out. One word, two words, and a line. Then another. And what he read. His heart skipped a beat, froze, kicked into a frantic rhythm, as if he'd been hit on the head and at the same time in the solar plexus. He felt like he was falling, and at the same time his whole body was petrified. And the thing was, he knew who had written it. He knew who those lines belonged to. And it was impossible, unthinkable, unreal. Because the person who had thought them up had been dead for years. She was dead. His sister, Helene. Where did you get that from? He must have had the look of a madman, Logan thought to himself, because the girl was looking at him frightened. Except right now he couldn't stop. "Where did you get that?" "I don't know." The poor child threw herself at her, shrieking shrilly as he swung around. "Don't. Wait, I'm sorry. Calm down." "It's okay, I won't hurt you," Logan rambled, but he seemed to be making it worse. "I just need to know where you got it from. Who gave it to you? Tell me, I need to know." The poor girl's lips trembled. She retreated back into the rustling reeds and then, With another shriek, she ran, like a mouse scurrying through the thicket. He didn't think about what he was doing, he just rushed after her. But after a step, his foot caught on some snags and then, barely unhooked, it got caught on the mud, and finally Logan just fell. And somehow he hit his head, unluckily, because when he opened his eyes, he realized that the sun had shifted in the sky, which meant that he'd been out for hours. "Just fine," he muttered grimly, struggling to get to his feet, his whole body stiff from his long immobility. He touched his head with his fingers. He didn't seem to be hurt, and probably not even concussed, although of course he should see a doctor now. In addition, his clothes were wet, soaked with the odors of Tina, stained with mud. It was logical to doubt whether they would let him on the bus in such a state at all. But the main thing was that the sheet was here, and it hadn't been blown away. Logan clutched it frantically, smoothed it out, and eagerly read the lines. No, it wasn't a mistake. It had really been written by her Helen. How strange it was to feel the touch of the past, whose doom he had long since resigned himself to. They were brother and sister, and Helene was 10 years younger. He remembered her curly, unruly hair, the color of bitter chocolate, which her mother had tried unsuccessfully to braid. He remembered her sister stomping on the parquet floor. She loved to express her joy by running around the apartment, and she knew how to be happy about everything: a cake, a new dress, a colorful butterfly seen on a walk. Memories of childhood froze in the consciousness of living photographs, brief episodes from the history of one family, which lived happily and peacefully, until everything was crossed out by a car accident. Father, mother, and Ellen. They said the car just skidded on the road it was hailing thickly that day. It smashed through the barrier on the bridge and into the river. He was burying loved ones on the same day. Father, mother, and an empty baby coffin. His sister's body was not found, but journalists and acquaintances were sure that it was impossible to survive. Logan did not go to the orphanage. His grandfather, Greg, stayed with him. The old man, of course, was not easy to raise a boy, but he coped, surrounded with care, practical, and became for his grandson the best friend in the world. Good pension grandfather was a professor, and lively wit helped to live well. Logan received a brilliant home education, and by the end of school, in addition to English, was fluent in French, German, and also knew Greek and Latin, because grandfather was an advocate of a kind of classical education, which was common among the children of the nobility at the beginning of the century. And this approach, it naturally had a certain impact on Logan's entire childhood, so he didn't know what it was like to run around in garages and dabble. Grandpa thought that his grandson was the last thing left of their family and tried to give him the best that he could pass on. And generally speaking, Logan was happy with his adolescence, and he got into the university his grandfather had graduated from without question. And then, Grandpa, unfortunately, wasn't forever. Having buried him 5 years ago, 26-year-old Logan could not come to terms with the departure of the only close person. Only work saved him. He went into it with his head. And when there wasn't enough work, he went to help other people. Yes, grandfather considered charity as one of the main things that every decent person should do. And Logan, true to his principles, helped homeless animals, visited old people in orphanages, donated as much as he could from his income. And in these parts near the village of Blueberry, he found himself, by the way, for the reason of charity he visited an old woman. Her name was Darcy, and she was a former village teacher. She had children and a husband. And then, life in its saddest forms simply happened. Her retired husband passed away. Her children moved away and, having found their own families, stopped visiting their mother. True, Darcy was offered to move to a boarding school, but she stubbornly refused. Afraid of bad conditions, she flatly refused to believe that there were decent institutions. Darcy said she would live where she was born, period. In general, Grandma Darcy was strong in spirit. But in her 75 years, her health was not so good. And so, when the charity organization, where Logan was a volunteer, distributed the wards he got her. "You are a cultured young man," said to him the head of the organization, Tamara. "You will find a common language with her, I have no doubt." And so, as fate would have it, on his way back from Darcy's, Logan decided to change his route. And now he was standing by the lake. The setting sun was blinding him, and in his hands the wind was tearing a leaf. A leaf that logically shouldn't have existed in nature. Logan sighed heavily. What should he do? He decided to go to the bus stop right now. Because tomorrow he had to go to work and the art gallery wouldn't understand him if he didn't show up for a consultation about those gorgeous green vases. Kate. Daughter, what's wrong? The young woman, wrinkled pain in the leg again, played out, rose and came to her daughter, who all evening sat on the sofa, frowning, playing with teddy toys, a teddy bear and a tiger. Who hurt her? Anastasia asked. No, the girl replied. Everything. It's okay. And I know when you are a liar, her mom told her in a mysterious tone. Your freckles are glowing. Tell me what happened. Katenka sighed, clutched the bear tighter, and told how it was that she went to play with the village children, but they began to shout at her and throw mud. Then she decided to play by herself and went to the lake. But that's far away. Did you even leave the village? Her mother grabbed her by the shoulders and gave her a gentle shake. What did I tell you? You can't do that. I'm sorry, Mommy, the little girl said in a trembling voice. I won't do it again. Anastasia sighed heavily. Well, what to do with her daughter? 1,000 times she repeated to her to play in the yard, in the extreme case near the house, but not like this. Okay, I forgive you this time. But you're not going to upset me again, are you? I won't. And you won't go to the castle? Don't go there. It's a bad house. Squinted her eyes and asked Anastasia sternly. Really? Kate replied fervently. I'll never go there again. That's a good girl, smiled the girl's mother, and then, getting up, went to put tea. It was necessary to have dinner. And for dinner, well, there was one more cutlet and as much pasta as you want. Mom, don't you eat a cutlet? Here, it's healthy, there's meat. The little girl held out her plate. Thank you, darling, I've already eaten. I had a cutlet this afternoon. Anastasia lied easily. As she was accustomed to do, she was again giving the best and not at all superfluous pieces to her daughter. You eat, eat. Also, as easily as lying about her own satiety, Anastasia had learned not to cry in front of her daughter. That's the last thing she needed. Her own life stupid ruined, so yourself and suffer, and the child need a mom smiling, cheerful, kind, and caring. That's the whole story. There was no one else in their little family. Father, that creature, which Anastasia knew for sure would be too good to be called an animal, had thankfully not been around for a long time. But who could say what would happen next? He would be back soon. And so Anastasia dreaded the future. No, thank you, but I definitely can't. Yes, it's a shame, of course. No, it's fine, I'm just taking care of a few things. I'll see you Wednesday. Having rejected the offer to spend the weekend at a country recreation center with kebabs and other summer pleasures of life, Logan ended the conversation with his best friend Vincent and sighed and went to wash his face. It was a strange habit, but his grandfather was right, it was invigorating. It helped to activate his brain 100%. Logan was going to go to the village, find that strange girl, and figure out how she had gotten the drawing with the poem. His smartphone beeped a tune. It was a message that a cab had arrived. Visiting? The cab driver asked, glancing at his passenger who was tensely pensive. You could say that, Logan answered. I see, he nodded. In this weather, only to visit the city. It's the best time then. I'm often here. It's good when orders are out of town than to breathe in the summer, isn't it? You come here often? Logan suddenly lively. Well, in this area, explained the cab driver. There's a cottage community nearby, which means that not everyone has their own transportation. My name is Ben, by the way. Logan. Do you know who lives in the village of Blueberry? Well, actually, my brother-in-law has a cousin who lives here. In general, a distant relative. It's not a bad village, but there are all sorts of people, of course. You know, Logan began cautiously. Isn't there? And he tried to describe the girl he had met at the lake. What are you interested in? The cabbie squinted. It seemed to me that the child. Logan sighed. He knew from experience that in many situations it was better to tell the truth as much as possible. Anyway, I met her quite far from the village, and he shared that he thought the child was obviously from a dysfunctional family, and since he himself was no stranger to charity, it might be possible to help. So that's Anastasia's daughter. exclaimed the cab driver. "They are well known here." "Yes, it's a poor family." "What do you mean?" Logan asked, and the cabbie, clearly satisfied that he wasn't starved for conversation on the road, began to tell the story. It turned out that Anastasia was an orphan. She came to the village about 8 years ago, or rather she was brought by a local resident, Nick. He was a complicated man himself. He drank, served time, was a bully. And then he brought his wife from the city. And it was no secret that Anastasia had sold her apartment with Nick's encouragement. He promised her that with the money they'd renovate the village house and set up a farm, and they'd live. But that money soon disappeared. Nick lost it just like that, lost it in a card game and drank it. But Anastasia stayed with him. And where could she go now, homeless and in an interesting position? They started to live somehow. They had a child, a daughter. We lived badly, very badly. Sometimes, though, about twice a year, Nick tried to get out of his poor state. He quit drinking and tried to go to Darcy Botke. But it all ended in the same way. Nick came back with little left over from Darba Vodka, if he got paid at all, even angrier than he was, and went back to the bottle. But 2 years ago, things got worse. The thing was, Anastasia had tried to leave him. It had been a big scandal, and the neighbors had come running. But then Nick announced that they had reconciled. But Anastasia stopped going out for some reason. They hadn't seen her for 3 months. Then she came out. And the neighbors were shocked. Because it turned out that she fell awkwardly, and no one doubted, by the way, that it happened when Nick came at her with his fists. Anyway, Anastasia fell and broke her leg. The fracture was complex, so the doctors did not turn. And when she turned, it was a little too late. And that's how the young woman became lame. And naturally, in such a state, when she became an invalid, she had no prospects to leave and take the child. That's the story, summarized the cab driver. So if you have the opportunity, you should help them by all means. Anastasia is a good woman. And her daughter is just beautiful. And you can't tell that the father is such a frame. "It's very picturesque here," said Logan, who was feeling a little creepy about the whole thing. "Yeah, I could use these views on a postcard." Ben grinned. "It seems like a simple village, Chernica, but it has its own attractions. Take the castle, for instance." "Castle?" Logan raised an eyebrow. "Really?" "Well, it's just for show," the cab driver waved his hand. "But it's a remarkable structure. From here, from the road, you won't see it, and there is no it in Chernica itself. But if you go into the forest, you see it's a wedge. It's there, a couple of kilometers away, so there it is. Some bandit built it in the 90s. Well, that's what people say. The architecture, you know, is remarkable. All those turrets, red brick, lancet windows, all so gloomy. What do you call it?" "Gothic," Logan said. "Oh yeah. I've heard of it," the cabbie nodded. "What is it? Are these your local haunted ruins?" Logan smiled. "No, it's residential," said Ben. He turned the steering wheel deftly to avoid a huge pig lying in the middle of the road, a heavy downpour the day before, and the animal was lounging in a deep puddle. "Oh, pig, that's it. No understanding of the rules of behavior on the road, huh? So this." He returned to the main topic. "There's an old man who lives in this castle. His name is Dan Galbraith. He used to be a big man. It was his son who built this house, I think. And then his son disappeared. I'm telling you, he was a bandit, and such people don't live long. Anyway, the old man lived alone. His wife is long gone. Loneliness is a terrible thing. He lives alone there. When he goes out for groceries, he goes back to his place. He mumbles something to himself. He used to be an artist selling paintings, a man of art, and there he was. He didn't save the beautiful from lunacy, it turns out." They drove in silence for a few minutes, each one immersed in his own thoughts. "You asked about ghosts," said Ben. "There are ghosts, too, by the way. They say a lot of things about this castle," he said, lowering his voice. "That on some nights you can hear beautiful women singing in the woods. And some people have seen it with their own eyes. How under the moonlight a maiden figure in a white dress, an ancient one, walks on the roof of a house. They say," Ben glanced at Logan, "they say it's the soul of the old man's first love visiting him, and that one day it'll drag him straight to the other side." "You've got a lot of local folklore here," Logan smiled. Naturally, he took the cab driver's story about 10% seriously. But he was glad he'd had this conversation. It helped take his mind off what was coming. Logan asked to pull over at the beginning of the street. He didn't want to drive up to the gate of Anastasia's house and draw attention to himself. After paying, he wished the cabbie good luck and said goodbye. Now came the hard part. He wouldn't be surprised if the lady of the house refused to let him in, or would let him down a vicious dog. There was no dog in the yard, by the way. And it looked as if no animals were kept here. From the wicket gate, one could see the barn from afar, where there was only a void, and the warped door methodically swaying in the wind. "Good afternoon," Logan said when Anastasia came out of the yard to his knocking and "Excuse me, is anyone home?" calls. "Excuse me, I need to talk to you. My name is Logan Turner. You see, He stammered, though he was usually known for his eloquence, which, by the way, had helped him more than once. But now, it was strange, but it was as if he had plunged underwater when he saw her Anastasia. This young woman seemed to him monstrously haggard and lovely at the same time. She was poorly dressed and moved with difficulty, with a limp on her left leg, but she held herself with remarkable dignity, and her slightly slanted, feline green eyes were shrewd and wary. Taking a deep breath, Logan decided once again that the truth was the most reliable route. He said that he was a volunteer for a charitable organization, and that he'd happened to meet Anastasia's daughter on his way back from a ward, and it just so happened that he'd thought that her family might need help. "We're not beggars," Anastasia replied. "We don't need anything, thank you. I can take care of my daughter." It sounded as if the young woman feared more than anything that she would be accused of not being able to take care of her daughter, or even tried to take her child away for it. "Thank you, of course," she added, shivering as she wrapped her shawl around her shoulders, though the thermometer was definitely over 25 degrees. It was strange, but she didn't feel a wave of wary apprehension at the sight of the young man, a familiar part of her perception of reality. "Thank you," she repeated, "but we never with any charities." "All right," he nodded. "Don't worry, please. It's not my purpose to intrude," much less she widened her eyes at those words because he seemed to read her mind. "To interfere in any way with you and your daughter's lives, as if you were a bad mother. I understand your concerns, and I can assure you that the choice is yours alone, and if you say so, I will leave now. I'm not taking hidden photos or videos or recording audio right now. Don't worry about that. Our communication is confidential. But I have to ask you one thing." He took a deep breath, as if he was preparing to dive into the water. "And that's the second thing that brought me here." This he unfolded a sheet of paper, carefully kept in the pocket of his clothes since it had been found. "Her daughter. She asked me to make a paper boat out of it, and I'm not bad at boats, but it's very important for me to know where she got it from." Anastasia made a vague sound, a confused, wary hum, and shifted her gaze from Logan to the sheet and back again. "The thing is, this leaf. Anyway, it seems to have something to do with someone important to me." Anastasia, pulling her shawl tighter around her, hummed again, bit her lip, and it was clear from the concentrated look on her face that she was making a decision that would be final. "It's not from my daughter's sketchbook," she said at last. "Kate draws well, but not like this, and not from our books. Come in." She stepped aside. "Daughter Kate, we have guests." Catherine, who sat at the table on a stool, rounded her eyes and it seems could squeal, as then at the lake, but immediately changed her mind. There was a mother, and she said that they have guests. "Did the guests buy a cake?" she blurted out. "Kate, shame on you. You can't do that." "Excuse her," she said guiltily to Logan. "It's all right," he smiled. The child had just reminded him of the commonplace norms of politeness. "But unfortunately, I don't have the cake on me right now. Tell me, is your daughter allowed chocolate?" he asked quietly, leaning toward Anastasia. "Yes," she answered and nearly flinched. But not from the unpleasant sensation. On the contrary, it was so strange, but as he approached, she felt a cloud of peace and warmth and tranquility envelop her. And then the thought, which she realized was totally inappropriate, that this man, he seemed so caring and kind. "Then allow me to present young Princess of Meadows and Lakes." With a joking half-bow, Logan took out of his backpack, with which he never parted in the city, and all the trips, a box of chocolates. Generally, their charity organization did not accept very expensive material aid, but now he was acting on his own behalf, and so he chose premium candies with natural composition from Magadarcy. Katinka gasped because it was the first time she had seen such beauty up close. "I'll put the tea on," Anastasia said. And yet it was very strange. Anastasia was not used to being frank with people, and lately she had felt cut off from the world. But with this young man, it was easy and simple to talk, as if there were none of the bad things that had twisted, confused, and broken her life in recent years. And in about 15 minutes, Logan knew in general terms that mom and daughter lived alone, and dad and husband, he was far away now. An experience combined with natural instinct, and even against the background of the cab driver's story, all this made Logan realize that everything was not easy with this man. Kate seemed to be afraid of him, and Anastasia was not looking forward to him either. "The doctors say it's bad," Anastasia said, touching her foot timidly, shyly, shamefully, with her fingertips. "But there are medical mistakes, aren't there? So I have faith in the best. I'll go for treatment soon, for sure. I have to take care of my daughter. Lev, well, right?" The last was said exaggeratedly cheerful, so that it was clear that this young woman did not believe that she would be helped, but was afraid to admit her helplessness. Logan told a little about himself, what he did and everything. And then finally the conversation flowed in the right direction. "Honey, where did you get that piece of paper, please?" Anastasia asked. "I don't remember." Kate looked away, her lower lip hanging out. "I just found it." "What if Mom doesn't swear?" Anastasia stroked her daughter's head. "Sweetie, Uncle Logan really needs to know where you got it. It's very important." "Why?" "It's his job," Anastasia composed as she walked. Katinka, sighing, sent another candy into her mouth. She was already covered in chocolate up to her nose. "I really found it," the girl said, "on the road. A breeze brought it." From the castle, she whispered at the end and glanced apprehensively around. Anastasia sighed convulsively. "Honey, well, what did I say about the castle? No, I'm not scolding you. It's just. So it was lying in a clearing near it." "Yes, the wind brought it. Over the fence." The girl went on telling, "Mom, it's not my fault. The village boys made me do it. They said I was a coward, and they said they were going to listen to the ghost. And I went too. Because I'm not a coward. I'm already called a bum, an invalid's daughter. But I'm not a coward." Oh, Anastasia hugged her daughter, and that protective gesture of tenderness made Logan's heart ache. "Of course you're not a coward. You're my bravest. But, honey, you're a big girl, aren't you?" "Well, what ghosts?" "It was there," Kate whispered. "It's there. I saw it walking in the garden." "Wait," Logan interrupted. "That's the second time I've heard that. You see, while I was getting here and he relayed his conversation with the cab driver." "They say all sorts of things," Anastasia said thoughtfully. "But everyone knows that the old man lives alone. I don't know how he takes care of his garden, but everything seems to be blooming beautifully. But ghosts? Well, you don't believe in that nonsense, do you?" No, Logan shook his head. They talked some more. Then Logan said he had to go, and before he left, he ventured to ask her if there was anything he could do to help. There wouldn't be any paperwork to fill out, no need to drive somewhere or talk to other people either. "Thank you, but no." Anastasia sighed, but he hesitated. She was clearly hesitating. "No, we'll manage." "Okay, but take this." He held out his phone number to her. "And if you need anything, or just want to talk, call me." Theoretically, he could and should have gone home, but Logan thought that since he was here, it might be a good idea to stop by Darcy's grandmother's house, because her blood pressure had been bad recently, so he should check on her. And by the way, she seemed to have a wobbly window sash. He'd noticed it the last time he'd been here, so it would be a quick fix. The weather was warm, but not sweltering, so it was a relatively easy drive to the next village. And on the way he pondered. Perhaps he had fantasized? Perhaps it was just a similar poem? After all, even novels sometimes, strangers to each other writers write the same, and there is not a drop of plagiarism in it, because the ideas, as they say, hover in the air. Anything is possible. Logan decided he had to meet the mysterious owner of the castle house in the woods and talk to him about it. Ellen in her 5 was unusually gifted and could draw well, at the level of a teenager already drawing with watercolors and colored pencils. Her parents said that she had a huge talent, and she was a little genius. The girl also composed poems, but since she could hardly still write, they were written down for her by adults. His brain had already invented a logical explanation. Surely this man just knew his sister once. Perhaps he had worked at the daycare center Ellen had gone to, or maybe at the art school where his sister was taken. And then years later, the man himself decided to take up art. Yes, such an explanation was quite logical, that this old man was simply inspired years later by what he had seen from the little prodigy. Anything was better than that crazy thoughts about who else could have drawn and written it. Because it was time to recognize and accept his sister was dead. Sighing, Logan threw back his head and walked for a while, looking up at the sky, at the floating clouds. Enough of being crazy, of catching illusions. It was time to accept it. Finally, he calmed down. On the way to Darcy's, of course, he had to stop at the magician's shop to buy some food, because it would be unseemly to come to his ward empty-handed. Grandma Darcy Logan called from the fence. The window above the Pamilidnik was ajar, the wind fluttering the white tulle curtains, so Darcy must have heard the visitor. She did, so she looked out, splayed her hands because she hadn't expected to see him. Next time he wasn't due until a week later, and then appeared on the porch. Logan. What a surprise. She had lost her teeth long ago, but her smile was warm and charming, and her eyes shone like a young woman's. I thought I'd come by and see you, Logan smiled back. The window, I remember, should be repaired. Well, the old woman nodded. But she was acting a little strange. She didn't call me to the house. As usual, she just stood there. I'm sorry, it's just, I have a guest. A guest? Well, that's good, Logan said, a little surprised because Baba Darcy was known to be an unsociable person. An old acquaintance of mine. Used to work for him, the old woman explained, and she was a talkative person. A colleague from school? No, Darcy waved her hands. Private lessons. I know German and French as well as my subject. I gave lessons to his granddaughter. Granddaughter? Clarified Logan, who had a hound dog's instinct that Darcy's mysterious guest was probably not an ordinary man. Well, like me, he's a bit of a stranger, the old woman said with a guilty look. I see, Logan said. Is this a bad time? No, it's okay. I understand. And I'm not offended at all. Here you go. He handed her a bag of groceries. Then I'd better get going. No, come on. Come in, I won't chase you away. The old woman got worried. Dan was about to leave. You just wait a bit, okay? She asked, and went back inside. Logan leaned against the fence and looked at the flowers. Lush peonies in all shades of pink. He glanced up to see an old man coming down the porch. Yes, it was an old man in the classic sense of the word. He wore a light-colored suit, cloth shoes, new but clearly vintage, as well as a light-colored hat. He had an oaky, snow-white beard and long hair down to the middle of his neck. The old man, glaring back at Logan, quite unpleasantly, by the way, walked down the road. Logan entered the house. He went straight to fixing the window, which was easy. What colorful acquaintances you have, he said, by the way. One look at that grandfather and it seems as if he had traveled to us in a time machine from the 30s. Dan is a truly extraordinary man, and I'm proud to know him, Darcy said. He has given a lot, sacrificed a lot for his vocation. Oh, he's had his share. Darcy's story was a little rambling, but Logan quickly grasped the gist of it. It turned out that when he was young, Dan had been in love with a beautiful actress who had given up her career for him. They dreamed of having a daughter, but unfortunately a son had been born. The doctors said it was dangerous to try again, but they'd tried, believing that their love would be repaid. But the beautiful wife died in the second labor. They couldn't save their daughter either. Dan had to become a single father. He never married again, and he kept women away from him. He always lamented the fact that he had a son. He thought that if he had a daughter, she would be the ideal, his little princess. But his son, he didn't live up to his hopes and became a terrible man, a bandit. And then, when he died too, Dan broke down, withdrew into himself, became a hermit. He only went into town once in a while, or visited her Darcy, an old acquaintance. Wait, Logan frowned. Did he live alone, or did he have a girl? So this is the same Dan who lives in the woods. Well, Darcy's grandmother sobbed softly. My long tongue. I shouldn't have said that. I promised I wouldn't say anything. But you, Logan, you're like a grandson to me. So I had to share. Before you, they came to me. Oh, old age. One of them came to me and kept telling me to sign the house over to her and the power of attorney for my pension. And you're kind, so you're talking, old woman. Babs, Darcy, what are you saying? Don't cry, Logan comforted her, and hastily brewed her favorite soothing tea with chamomile and lime. Finally, Darcy calmed down. Yes, he had a girl, she continued. When was the last time I saw her? 2 or 3 years ago? Lovely girl. Dan said she was a guest of his. I taught her languages, and how she plays music. Piano, violin, harp, Brett. Can you believe it? She sings like a nightingale. He told me later that she left. Well, of course. Yes, she was a nice girl. Only strange. What do you mean, weird? Logan asked. Well, how to explain? The old woman thought, like a little bit out of our world, you know. She was so pure. Naive. She looked at me as if I were a wonder. She asked me how I was living there. I asked her, where is it? And she, well, in general, as if. She was alien to our reality. We didn't talk much. I taught her, that's all. Dan, he's a good man. But he didn't like it when I started talking outside the subject. That's just it. Logan frowned. All the pieces of the puzzle were starting to fit together in his head. Logan, where are you going? Darcy watched confused as he picked up his backpack. I gotta go, Darcy. Thanks. Thanks for the story. Logan dashed down the road out of the village. Darcy said Dan was walking. Given what the cabbie had said about the location of the house in the woods, it looked like he couldn't have gotten very far with the old man's leisurely pace. Logan took off at a run. And actually he was doing it running, but now it was not a measured movement, when on his arm a digital device, counting kilometers, steps and pulse. Now he was just running, so that it was painful to catch his breath. He stopped only when he noticed the figure of the old man ahead. He noticed it, and he ducked, slipped into the tall bushes by the road, hiding behind them. Yes, he could have caught up and talked right now, but for some reason he couldn't explain this reason to himself. He decided to talk to Dan when he reached home. And the old man didn't notice the tail. Here he entered the forest along a barely noticeable path. It seemed to Logan that he would notice him, as the branches broke under his feet and everything rustled. But Dan must have been hard of hearing, as Darcy had said. The old man must have walked for about an hour. And then, the trees parted, revealing a large clearing. On one side of the clearing ran into a low place where a stream, or rather a small rivulet, flowed. And here stood a house. It was small, but it looked majestic. Light stone in different shades, skillful masonry. Yes, this building really looked like a castle. And it was clear from the first glance it was very dilapidated. How had that ornamental tower, for example, not collapsed yet? There were only 2 floors, and on the first floor Logan noticed that all the windows had bars. There was a small garden near the house, and in it you could feel. The work was skillful, and frequent roses were blooming here. The alpine hill was full of hyacinths. There was a green arbor, and under a spreading oak tree swings were swinging. As for the fence, it was a strange combination brick and steel bars. And besides, in some places the fence was in need of repair. The old man stopped at a rusty wrought iron gate, took a large key out of his pocket, and rustled it open. Logan froze, hiding behind some horribly thorny bush. It was now or never, but he hesitated, because he didn't know what to say. For some reason it seemed to him that this grandfather was not as safe as he thought, and was not at all eager to talk openly to strangers. Logan sighed. He must be wrong. I mean, he should talk to Dan, but not like this. Definitely go back to Darcy, tell her everything, and through her he could meet the mysterious hermit. Logan was about to leave, starting to turn, but the old man, who was about to lock the gate on the other side, suddenly groaned, clutched his heart, and slumped to the sandy path. Logan rushed to him. Grandfather. He called out, bending down. Check his pulse. Yes, No convulsions, eyes closed. Grabbing the phone, the guy swore there was no connection. But maybe it was the woods. Maybe he should have gone inside, he thought. Of course, it was doubtful that there would be a landline phone there, but at least there should be a first aid kit. He should bring Dan to his senses, give him some medicine, tell him what he was taking, and then run to the village, to the edge of the forest, to call an ambulance. The old man, despite his short stature and thinness, was unusually heavy. Logan's hands trembled as he searched his pockets for keys and unlocked the door of the house. Then, panting with effort, he carried the pensioner inside. The hallway, the door. The living room with the couch. It fit. Having unloaded Dan, Logan looked around. Well, where does he keep the first aid kit? In general, the house looked a little better from the inside than it did from the outside. But it looked as if he'd been through a time machine. Parquet floors, carpeting, massive carved wooden furniture, a huge floor clock. A plush upholstered set, bookshelves, a lamp with a green shade, gold-framed paintings on the walls, a collection of china and a collection of crystal on long shelves, a fireplace, now unlit. "Hey, Dan." Logan leaned over the old man because he groaned and wiggled. "Dan, where's the first aid kit? What kind of medicine do you need? Don't be scared, please. My name is Logan. I want to help you." "Grandpa." Who are you? And what are you doing to my grandfather?" A ringing female voice made him flinch and turn around with a jagged movement, and then Logan opened his eyes in shock, because in the doorway, there she stood. A tall maiden no older than 16. Dark, curly hair scattered loosely over her shoulders. She was wearing a dress, and it was immediately clear a retro outfit in the fashion of the 20s, perhaps, in her face. Logan recognized it immediately, and yet she was a stranger. He could have sworn she was practically a carbon copy of his mother in her youth. The same nose, gray eyes, cheeks. She looked horrified, confused. She looked at him as if she was seeing something amazing and yet threatening for the first time. Logan, hearing his own voice as a stranger, delicately began to explain that Dan had become ill. It seems with the heart, and he wanted to help. "Wait a minute." The girl rushed to the secretary, rustled in it, and took out a first aid kit, an ancient-looking box. "Here. Heart drops." She named the dosage and poured water from a carafe into a glass. Logan helped to lift up Dan, who was coming to himself and shaking like an aspen leaf. I'll go now. I need to get out of the woods. There's no cell reception here. I'll call an ambulance." The girl frowned, bit her lip, nodded, and sat down on the edge of the couch, took the old man's hand. "I'm with Grandpa. Grandpa? I'm here." Logan felt like he was floating in weightlessness and falling into the abyss at the same time. His thoughts, now, were flitting frantically, looking like stars ready to turn to nothing under the influence of dark matter. He had to ask her. He had to tell her. And only the fact that the old man was still sick, a large shiver began to hit him, forced him to grasp with a willful effort the part of reality that really mattered now. Logan, without another word, rushed out of the house. On his way out of the woods, he fell. He didn't even notice. He flew to the edge of the forest, grabbed his cell phone, got a connection. Now call an ambulance. And then, slowly he went back. "He's asleep," the stranger told him when he entered the house. "His heart hurts," he said. Logan froze in the doorway. He felt strange, as if one wrong move could destroy everything, make the house, the old man and the girl, and at the same time himself, crumble into billions of pieces like a broken kaleidoscope. The girl, meanwhile, rose and approached him with a light, dancing gait. She bowed her head and regarded him. Logan, on the other hand, stared back. Are you human?" She blurted out and bounced away, palms pressed to her mouth and a sly look on her face. "Yes," Logan nodded. "What do you mean?" "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, but human." The girl shrieked and jumped, as if she'd learned something so important. "I knew it. I knew there were more of you. You. No horns, no tail, no claws. Not there either, right?" She nodded at his shoes, and Logan, unable to comprehend anything at all, nodded. "And your eyes don't glow." And you? Who are you, she asked, reaching out and poking him gently in the shoulder with her finger. My name is Logan, he answered. I'm volunteer. A what? I help people. I work for free for a charity organization. Why, he took in more air to quell the hysteria that was coming on. Who are you? Grandpa's princess. Simply but proudly answered the girl. My name is Emily. Why? Were you leaving? I didn't understand. To call an ambulance. There was no cell phone reception. Telly. What? What is an ambulance and why call it? It's a smartphone. A cell phone, Logan explained, and a very bad suspicion began to creep into his head. An ambulance is a service that heals people. Emily. Tell me, why did you ask me if I'm human? Because Grandpa says that people are gone, only he and I are left, whispered this young girl, and it seemed like a child sharing a terrible secret. But I read the books he hid, and the newspapers. They say there are people. That's true, Logan nodded. Oh, she splashed her hands. Grandpa. Why did he say that? Why did he say there were no people left? I don't know. I don't know him very well. You see, I came here to meet him. You did. You came to visit. The girl clapped her hands. Oh, why didn't Grandpa tell me? I would have made a cake. We don't have any guests. Only Grandma Darcy came, but she's a beast. Darcy's an animal? Logan had a nervous twitch at the corner of his mouth. Well, yes. The squirrel kindly explained. Grandfather said she was kind. Because he pays her in golden nuts. Baba Darcy taught me languages. That used to exist in the world. She was kind. And she always wore a hat. But it's etiquette for a lady to do so. Of course. Grandfather said she'd take her hat off, but she was ashamed of her squirrel ears. And he wouldn't tell me to talk to her about it. I didn't. I was curious, by the way. Emily stomped her foot in her manner, together with her gestures and other details, but gave away that her behavior had a lot of the behavior of a small child. Logan's heart clenched uneasily. He began to realize that the poor girl seemed to have problems with her head. The old man on the couch groaned again, coming to his senses, and tried to sit up. You, get out. Get out. Dan clearly wanted to yell, but he was whispering. Speech was hard to come by. Logan rushed to him again and started saying that no, he didn't mean any harm. He was only trying to help. He was sorry. I don't need an ambulance, the old man wheezed and grimaced as if in pain and pressed his hand to his heart again. By myself somehow. You have all the signs of a heart attack, Logan said sternly. But you're an adult, of course, and you can decide for yourself. If you want, I'll go and cancel the call. Cancel it. Only. He nodded at Emily, who had moved to the other end of the room, turned on the gramophone, and began to dance and hum softly, holding the hem of her dress with her fingertips. If you die. Your pupil, I don't know who she is. What will happen to her if you die, have you thought? Dan's expression changed from angry and indignant to frightened and confused. The old man's lips trembled. What have I done, he whispered, lying back down obediently. Oh, Emily, what have I done? But who are you? And why did you? I saw you at Darcy's house. Why did you follow me? You followed her. My little princess. Why would you say that? A cold sweat ran down Logan's back. Why would I or anyone else come after your Emily? Because I always knew that one day she'd be taken from me, the old man sighed wistfully. I knew that one day it would all end, but I meant well. A knock on the door distracted him from the conversation. Logan went to open the door, and it was the EMTs. Emily froze when she heard the voices of strangers. Oh, I can't. People. More people. She squeaked and rushed out of the living room, ran up the stairs to the second floor. The door slammed. Who's sick? Your father? The ambulance doctor asked, peering warily into the corridor. She'd been on many different calls, but this one in a forested area in a strange house that looked like a museum was definitely one of the strangest. No, a friend of mine, Logan answered. A heart attack, I think, but it's not acute. You sound confident, the woman snorted. Are you a doctor? No, I'm a volunteer. I took a first aid course as he led the doctor into the living room. Logan thought tiredly that everything that was happening to him was out of control. And he felt like a character in a movie scripted by a man with a lot of imagination. The doctor examined Dan, measured his blood pressure. She said that it was necessary to go to the hospital, and even more so, one should not neglect regular checkups, as the old man admitted the last time he had been to the polyclinic was about 10 years ago. But Dan resolutely refused to be hospitalized, saying that it was nothing. He would drink tea with forest herbs and feel better immediately. You know, the doctor said to Logan before she left, you should talk to him about how you can't do that. Indeed, all these herbs harden yourself by pouring cold water, exercise, it's all great. But the achievements of modern medicine should not be neglected. When the door closed behind the doctor and the ambulance left, Logan felt trapped again. During his time as a volunteer, he had met all kinds of people, sometimes very strange. But what was going on in this house was outrageous. That was what his intuition told him. Young man, the old man called out to him. Your name is Logan, isn't it? Yes, he answered. Sit down, we need to talk, Dan said, and when Logan sat down, he looked at him carefully. Up until today, I thought everything was fine. No, I'm not crazy and I didn't think I was immortal. But I thought I still had time, time to make things right. Logan nodded, though he still didn't understand anything. But he was in no hurry to ask questions. He needed to hear what this man had to say first. He needed to use this as a basis, a framework for what he could ask himself. Otherwise, Logan felt like he was going to go crazy then. And then Dan spoke. He said that the last years of his voluntary recluse had been full of peace and anxiety, which he had kept to himself. Out of fear, because he had nothing to protect himself from it. He had sought solace in the books of the wise philosophers of the past, but they, alas, could offer nothing to ease his mental anguish. But everything changed today, overnight. And when Dan felt ill, he suddenly realized with nightmarish clarity how fragile his life was. Do you believe in fate, young man? Fate? Karma? Providence? I'm afraid I can't answer that question. Neither negative nor positive, Logan admitted. Dan continued. He said that for years he'd been in contact with an extremely small number of people. Darcy, another other person in town that he paid to make necessary purchases, groceries and such. Another necessary person. And I must point out, please, this is important, that these two were not aware of what I had done. They didn't know. They didn't know the truth about Amelie. The truth, Logan said deftly. And what did you do? No, wait. I didn't tell you why I came here. That's true, Dan blinked, squinting his eyes. But I understand that you followed me from Darcy's house and found me at the gate. So you were my accidental savior, and yet it was no accident. So what brought you here? This Logan pulled a sheet of paper from his pocket and unfolded it. This. Found it near the gate of your house. And this. The thing is this. A drawing and a poem. A long time ago, something like this came out of my sister's hand. She died a long time ago when I was a child. And then I saw it and I just wanted to understand how you got it. I thought, maybe you once knew my family, my sister, and you yourself. At your leisure, you did some creative work, reproduced what you had seen, what you had read. You see, Logan paused for a moment, sighed heavily, rubbed his face with his palms, and smiled guiltily. I think I'm going crazy, because your pupil, I think I've seen her somewhere, and once before, and I'm sorry, I'm talking out of my ass. So it's really fate, Dan said thoughtfully. To think, after all these years. No, young man, you're not the least bit crazy. And you. It's just wonderful that you've come. And believe me, old man, all you need is this. Just listen to what I have to say. And Dan spoke. He was born into an intelligent family. His mother taught literature. His father was a restorer of expensive antiques. Dan's childhood and youth were cloudless. The family lived in a nice apartment, had 2 cars and a country house. Life was abundant. Everything was fine. Dan decided not to deviate from family traditions and decided to study history in order to teach at the university. "Wait," Logan exclaimed when the old man said his last name. "So these are your works. I have your books at home. Are you interested in history, in the narrow topic of the Viking Age and its influence on the Great Silk Road?" Dan raised an eyebrow. "I thought you were a volunteer." "It's more like my second occupation," Logan answered. "I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself," and he briefly described his education, his present profession as an art historian, and his grandfather's business of studying the history of the early Middle Ages. "So you're capable of understanding me," Dan grinned. "To realize how alien the real world can be to people like us, people of history and art." Logan shook his head. He understood what Dan was talking about, but he couldn't accept it 100%. But he was familiar with it, the desire to immerse himself in his work, mostly cutting himself off from the real world with its vanity and problems. It was so salutary and at the same time, as his grandfather had warned him, dangerous, because you could miss something important in real life, not take the main thing from life, forget about the attention you should give to your loved ones. Then came love. Dan continued his story with a sigh. "Do you know this wonderful feeling, young man?" "No, but I have experienced it to the fullest. And I will say this love is a great gift, but it can also hurt, destroy. I was unlucky. I lost the woman I love." Dan repeated what Darcy had said about him earlier. He lost his wife, and then his son went down a crooked path. "You know, they say that real crazy people don't admit that they're sick." Dan grinned bitterly. "What about when you know you're sick, but you don't want to, can't do anything about it? It's like not going to pull out a rotting tooth. So I'm getting to the point. Will you pour me some water, young man?" My throat was dry. Logan handed the old man a glass of water and he continued. Then, shortly after his son's funeral, Dan turned to a secluded lifestyle. At first he just commuted to work to the university, but he stopped socializing with acquaintances, relatives. Then he quit his job, deciding that it was quite possible to live on his pension, as well as savings that remained, plus, if necessary, you could always sell something from his extensive collection of antiques. Dan began to live on his own. It was wonderful, magical. He could escape into books for whole days. But also, he was increasingly visited by thoughts of what could things have turned out differently. What would have happened if his wife hadn't died? What would have happened if she had given birth to a daughter instead of a son? What would have happened if the daughter had lived? Dan began to suffer from insomnia. He would often leave the house and walk for hours at a time, in all kinds of weather. And one day after a storm, he went for a walk to the river. And there on the bank he found a child. It was a little girl, and she was barely alive. Dan brought her to him. At first he wanted, of course, just to warm the little girl up and take her to the doctors, to some rescuers, but then he turned on the TV. The reporter was talking about a car accident that had just happened, which had claimed the lives of 2 adults and one child, whose body was supposedly carried away by the river. Dan realized that it was the same girl. He was shocked. So this little girl had survived the fall from the bridge in the car, had not drowned, and had been found by him. Was it a coincidence or a sign of fate? He looked at her, a lovely child sleeping by the fireplace. The glow of the flames played on her ruddy apple cheeks. Her dark eyelashes fluttered slightly. Dan, getting cold, remembered what the little girl had said to him when she had come to herself for a moment there on the riverbank, and now he began to wake her gently. "Sweet girl, my little princess." He smiled at her. "Tell me, do you remember anything?" "No," said the little girl, and looked around the room with a very serious look. "And this? Who is this?" she asked, pointing her finger at the portrait of Dan's wife. It was a huge painting hanging over the fireplace. "Beautiful aunt." "Is she the queen?" asked the girl, because Dan's wife was depicted here in an ancient dress. "Well, you could say that," Dan answered and stroked the girl's head. That's your mommy, baby girl, and she's dead, and I'm your grandfather." Dan told the story of what had happened before, how he saw it as a sign of fate and decided to keep the girl. He decided that this was a gift from fate, a chance to have the daughter he never had. But Dan also realized that there was one major pitfall in his plan, an obstacle, a threat that could ruin everything. The thing was that he had learned that the girl had family left behind, a grandfather and an older brother, which meant that no one would allow Dan to adopt the little girl. And then, as Dan admitted, he made that fateful decision. Out of fear of losing little Amelie, he named her after his dead wife. And also remembering what the cruel outside world had turned his son into corrupting, twisting him into a monster, Dan decided that this girl, she must not know the outside world. She must not become another victim of it. And Dan presented her with a new reality, in which by a strange decision he presented his own dead wife as his daughter, and the little girl he had found as his granddaughter. And so Amelie became a recluse. Dan realized that raising a child, a girl alone, is not easy. But the difficulties did not stop him. He bought books about raising children. He spared no money to ensure that the little girl had toys, a dress, and good food all year round. His own education and skills as a teacher allowed him to make sure that she was developing according to the norms of her age and even ahead of her peers. And the fact that she was deprived of communication with her peers and people in general. Yes, Dan understood how bad it was, but he saw it as a forced sacrifice and a reasonable value for Amelie's safety, physical, mental, and moral. Time passed. The girl grew up. Dan admitted that he had been very lucky all these years, because Amelie had never once been really seriously ill. So he had never had to go to the doctors, who would certainly have asked too many questions. They might have guessed something, and yes, that was Dan's main fear, that one day his Amelie would be taken away from him. Also, he was well aware that as she grew older, she would have questions about why she wasn't allowed to go anywhere, about what goes on outside the house. So Dan decided to take action. He began to tell Amelie stories that once there were people in the world, but then a meteorite flew in, a new sun rose in the sky, and everything changed. People disappeared, remained very last, and they are scattered across the continents. And inhabit this world now other creatures, half beasts, half people, who came to our reality from another world. And you cannot, in any case, go out to them, because among them there are many predators, and they can destroy a normal person. And the books that Amelie read, fiction, history, textbooks, from Dan's words, they all described that, disappeared, former reality. And you? Did you think she'd believe all that? Logan asked. What the old man was telling him, he couldn't get his head around, because it was the revelation of a madman, literally a maniac, and a maniac with a sophistication rarely seen. Logan could hardly realize this fact, that in his desire to find a relative and never to lose him, this old man had crossed the line beyond which madness met him, and he dived into it joyfully, dragging the innocent Amelie with him. No, Helene. Yes, now Logan knew for sure that this girl, so kind and naive, whose mind had been ruthlessly destroyed, that she was his sister. I was afraid that she would want to check it out for herself, the old man answered pitifully. So, I didn't bring newspapers to the house. She didn't know the telephone either. And also, I gave her sedatives, antidepressants. What? Logan was ready to strangle him with his own hands. Do you realize what you've done? You made her crazy. You know, we were waiting for her, me and my grandfather, my normal grandfather. Logan jumped up and started pacing around the room. We waited. We never gave up hope that one day she'd be found, that she'd come back to us. We waited for so many years. And my grandfather, as he was dying, he told me that I mustn't lose faith. I must keep on hoping. And now, he was right. Dan smiled at the corners of his lips. Now you know everything. What am I supposed to do with this information? I don't know, Dan sighed. I'm just really afraid that if something happens to me, she's just a kid. She can't survive in the big world. After what you did to her, Logan said snidely. Oh yes, of course. She definitely can't. I want to ask you, Dan whispered, his fingers frantically clutching the blanket that covered him. Have mercy. Don't take Amelie away now. Do you want me to leave my sister with you? With a psycho? She's all I have. Dan closed his eyes. But if I'm gone, when that happens, then please, take care of her. And then Dan was silent, and his hand relaxed and slipped down. Dan had never swore profanely in his life, but now he really wanted to do it because the damned old man, who turned out to be a crazy maniac, had lost consciousness again. Apparently, he had refused hospitalization in vain. What a day this is, Logan exclaimed, instead of the rich palette of other words he wanted to say. and rushed out of the house. A run to the woods, a call. A new call and his pleas to come as soon as possible, to which he was told that of course that's how you go to the sick. And then, when the ambulance arrived and Dan was brought to his senses, then he finally agreed to be taken away. Grandpa. Amelie ran down the stairs and rushed to the stretcher where the old man lay. No, don't take him away. I won't let you. The poor girl was crying. You'll give him to the beasts. Young lady, please don't interfere. One of the doctors tried to talk some sense into her. What animals? We're taking your grandfather to the hospital. Amelie. Dan grabbed his granddaughter's hand. They met eyes. I love you, my girl. I'm sorry. I lied to you. About the world around you. About a lot of things. But now, you have to obey him, he nodded at Logan. Do what he tells you to do, okay? Be good. Oh, my heart hurts. Finally, the sick man was loaded into the ambulance, and it drove down the road out of the forest. Logan stood there at a loss. He realized that now. He had to decide something urgently. He glanced at Amelie. The girl was agitated, nervously nibbling her finger. The carriage is strange. The one that took grandfather away, she said. Why are there no horses? Logan sighed. He knew that, as a normal person, he should be happy that his sister had been found after all these years. But he also realized that she was. Unfortunately, she was. Not at all the girl his sister could have been, growing up under normal circumstances. In front of him was an adorable but. It was unclear how normal a creature. And he, definitely, now he had to make a lot of important and difficult decisions immediately. Logan didn't consider himself a weak man. He thought that he was ready for many unpleasant surprises of fate, but right now he was at a complete loss. How was he supposed to react to what had happened? Yes, he had found his sister. But it was also true that right now there was a girl standing right next to him. A girl he didn't know, and she needed serious help. Amelie, he said softly to her. Do you agree to come with me? Where to? She asked. Now she was tearing flowers, dandelions growing by the fence, and looked like she was going to make a wreath out of them. Your grandfather told me to take care of you. And I will. But I can't stay with you here in this house. Because I have to go back to the city. I have a job there. Amelie, do you know what a job is? Do you think I'm stupid? She snorted. And we're going in a horseless carriage. Yes, Logan nodded, thinking that getting the girl out of this place was a lot easier than he'd thought it would be. But beyond that, and beyond that, it was going to be a lot harder. And so it was. While they were waiting for a cab and Amelie was packing her things, Logan called an acquaintance who was a psychiatrist by profession and worked in a private clinic. Logan briefly outlined the situation to him and told him that his sister really needed help. He also explained that, unfortunately, he didn't see any possibility to put the girl with him in the apartment because it was not clear how she would behave in a new, unfamiliar environment. And it is not an option to take her with him every time leaving the apartment, because Amelie has never seen the city, the outside world outside the forest. You're telling me some kind of fiction. Sandro reacted violently. I mean, I believe you, but the case is incredible. Yes, you're right. You cannot put the poor thing with you. But you know, we have here as wards. That is, not the kind in which the violent are kept, of course. But just some clients who are treated for depression, for example, or from obsessive-compulsive disorder in a serious degree. They sometimes prefer to stay with us, because, well, you know, here is a safe space, no worries of the outside world. And the conditions, believe me, is in a 5-star hotel. We have this, and the greenhouse recently built, well, and there is a park. Come on, bring your sister, we'll sort it out. And then Sandro asked if Logan had any of his sister's belongings at home. Of course, he answered. Her toys, her dresses. Grandpa didn't want to throw it all away. At our place, he added, we have the room where Ellen lived. It's still standing like that. Everything's still there. Grandpa and I only cleaned it sometimes. Good, Sandro responded cheerfully. You know, we can try to give your sister back the memory of who she is. Really? Exhaled a shocked Logan. Sandro replied that the chances are there. And even if some of her childhood memories are gone, the contact with the former environment in which she lived touching old things. All this will help the girl to return back from the madness in which the old man plunged her. And of course this guy must be dealt with, Sandro added gloomily. It's a maniac. He must not go unpunished. Yes, I understand, Logan sighed, who could barely lift the weight of the only concern he had what to do with his sister now. And what would happen to Dan, he was trying not to think any further right now. Logan led his sister out of the woods into the part of the road where there was a sign for both villages. He had marked it as a reference point when ordering a cab. And what was surprising was that the driver was the same man who had driven him last time, Ben. They got in the car drove off. Logan was afraid that his sister would throw something out on the way, but she only sniffed thoughtfully and was very interested in the upholstery of the seat, checking it with her finger. Did you find what you were looking for? Ben asked, looking in the rearview mirror at the passenger and his companion. Yeah, Logan nodded. Naturally, he wasn't going to. He just couldn't tell everything. His sister was there, but he said he'd found the owner of the house and, unfortunately, he was in the hospital. And this Logan struggled to find the right words. His pupil. We're going into town. But we're very, very tired, he added with pressure. And we don't want to talk about anything. I see Ben had been working in cabs for a long time and knew perfectly well when a customer didn't want to talk. Though here, of course, curiosity was burning. But Ben was tactfully silent. He only looked with interest at the unusual passenger, when she commented in her peculiar, strange manner on everything she saw outside the window. Logan ordered a cab all the way to the gate of the psychological and mental health clinic where Sandro worked. Well, happily ever after, Ben said, and then gently slipped Logan a piece of paper with his cell phone number on it. I realize that I'm poking my nose into my business, but maybe we should call each other, huh? Talk about life. Tell me what's going on over there. How's everything? I will. Logan nodded, taking the note. And now came the hard part. Because, in general, although he and the owner of the clinic and Sandro, who met them, tried to act delicately and gently, but Amelie, when she realized that they came not to her grandfather, but to Logan's friends, at whom she would have to stay for a few days. That poor girl was hysterical, and it was very difficult to calm her down. Logan called the hospital to see how Dan was doing. The doctor replied that the old man was put in the general ward, but unfortunately he is very bad. Prepare for the worst, said the doctors, and Logan understood everything. At work, naturally, they were not thrilled that one of the best employees could not go out again, but Logan simply said that if they didn't like it so much, if they couldn't get into the situation and understand that he had a family emergency, then in that case, why don't they just fire him? The day ended, evening came, night fell on the city. Logan picked up Emily the next morning and told her they were going to visit her grandfather. The girl was thrilled with the news. What do you think? Logan asked Sandro, who had already had a chance to talk to Amelie. The case is difficult, but not hopeless, he replied. Of course, we still have to look at it, but I think that she has a good consciousness, in the sense that she is intelligent. It seems that this maniac took good care of her education in a sense. I think the main task now is to familiarize her with the fact that the real world, it's not fiction. And I want to tell you right away that it will take a long time for her to adapt to it. It will take a long time. And another thing, Sandro added, your sister. Now it will have to do a lot to make her have documents, so that she is no longer considered dead, you know? It will still be necessary to establish kinship by genetic expertise. You said she's 16, right? Well, you're going to get custody, right? Absolutely, Logan nodded. Okay, do you need any help? Why don't I come with you to the hospital? No offense, but who knows how she'll behave in the city and at the hospital. Logan gratefully accepted the help, and the three of them went to the hospital. Danu was conscious, able to speak, and seemed to be thinking clearly. Amelie rushed to him with a joyful cry, fell on her knees at his bedside, and pressed her cheek against the old man's palm. Grandfather. Sweet grandfather. Nightmarish and insanely touching scene at the same time. Do you agree? Whispered Sandro to Logan. Dan, meanwhile, spoke to Amelie. He asked her to pay attention, because he had something very important to tell her. And he said that now, from this day forward and forever, Amelie should trust Logan because he is her closest, dearest person, He will take care of her. Dan apologized and said that he always and more than anything in the world loved Amelie. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I wanted to keep you safe, and so I hurt you. I lied to you. Grandfather, what are you talking about? The girl asked, confused. I don't understand. You'll understand later, Dan said. He nodded at Logan. He'll explain everything to you. Well, that's it. Go. I need to rest. Logan, stay. Sandro took Amelie out into the corridor. Logan stayed behind. Dan told him that as soon as he felt better, he got his strength back and called his lawyer to the hospital. Yes, despite the fact that Dan led the lifestyle of a hermit and recluse, the means allowed him to have a good lawyer, who in particular helped him to conclude all deals with the sale of antiques. However, the fact that the old man lives not alone, this lawyer knew nothing. And only just yesterday Dan devoted his faithful assistant in the whole story with Amelie. Naturally, he was shocked, but also did not refuse to provide his services further. The lawyer also offered to help him find a lawyer, but Dan declined, saying that it would not be necessary anymore because he would not have much time left. I dream about my son every night, coming for me, waiting for me. And my wife is waiting for me there, the old man said. Dan also told Logan that he had long ago prepared a will, according to which everything the house and antique riches in it, as well as some collection of jewelry. All this goes to his daughter. But she, the poor child, by herself alone, she'll be lost in this world, the old man said with tears in his eyes and clinging to Logan's hand. Help her. I won't leave her, Logan said. She's my sister. And maybe Dan smiled sadly. One day she'll be able to forgive me for everything. And maybe, one day you'll be able to forgive me too. Logan didn't know what to say to that. Forgiveness. To give forgiveness to a man who had behaved like a monster, who had taken his sister away and plunged her into madness on purpose. However, Logan also realized that now, when Dan was on edge, he couldn't be cruel to him. I've already forgiven you, he said, and squeezed the old man's hand lightly in return. You have my forgiveness, and believe me, my sister will remember all the good you've done for her. Logan was at a loss. What should he do? He realized that Dan had committed a crime to lock up his found child, to treat her like this all these years, covering everything with love. But on the other hand, no. Logan realized that he was not able to think more about it right now. After all, right now Dan was lying in the hospital. He was no danger to Elena right now. Ellen. Logan had dedicated a few hours that very day to chatting with the girl. She was really very smart, although her ideas about the world around her were strange. And she was also surprisingly easy to accept the fact that her grandfather had admitted to her that he had lied. She only asked Logan what Grandpa had lied about, and he tried to carefully explain. He was also happy that Amelie liked so far in the clinic, through the efforts of Sandro, who connected to this extraordinary story and the owner of the clinic. The girl lived in a separate room, which was really very similar to home cozy conditions. It turned out that Amelie was very fond of reading. Logan tried to explain to her what a phone, TV, showed her a video on a smartphone. And in general, he expected that she would be shocked, would be delighted, because it's such a fantasy for her usual picture of the world. But Amelie, after a little attention to this, returned to the books and also took up a sketchbook and watercolors. Interesting, but boring. It's not real, that's what she said. And then, Logan suddenly realized that in the midst of all the important things he had been doing, he had forgotten that there were other people who needed his help, Anastasia and little Kate. He decided to go to the village and visit them. He'll take a cab for the whole paycheck. Sandro joked and suggested that tomorrow was his day off and he could take him to the village. And while driving, of course, did not do without talking. So she is pretty, said with a grin Sandro. So you like her? Were you even listening to me? Logan frowned. I didn't say anything like that. That's right. You didn't say it directly, he nodded, now with a grin that was not teasing but condescending. But the way you said it, it speaks volumes, you know. Can't you be serious? Logan leaned his head back against the seat with a groan. I've got a headache. Sandro was a good friend. He knew how to keep his jokes in moderation. And so the rest of the trip was silent. So Logan even managed to take a nap, where here his friend poked him lightly in the shoulder as the car slowed at the gate. "No one," Logan said disappointedly after a moment, as no one answered their call. "Wait," Sandro said. "I heard something. Come on over here." "Hey, you can't do that," Logan hissed at his friend, who without permission of the absent owners opened the gate and entered the yard. But Sandro confidently stomped toward the house. "Quiet," raised his hand. "Do you hear?" Logan obediently tried to catch any sound. Silence. Although he heard it. A thin, muffled sound, reminiscent of a trapped animal crying. He knocked on the door and called his name. The strange sound from the other side intensified. "Wait, we have to check." Sandro, going around the house, looked through the window. And after a moment he recoiled, swearing, and then he just took the glass and broke the window. Then, wrapping his hand around the sleeve of his jacket, he ran it inside and unlocked the window sash. And now Logan was totally okay with that action because he saw what was inside the house too. There in the room were both of them, mother and daughter. Little Kate was sitting, crawling into the far corner of the room, under the table. The girl was trembling and seemed so frightened that she could not even cry, let alone call for help, and only made such pitiful sounds. Anastasia was lying next to her on the floor. She was lying on her side, curled up in a ball, as if she wanted to defend herself. And she was unconscious. And her face, hands, everything was in the traces of an unequal fight. The third person in the room was a huge man sprawled on the couch. He had obviously fallen asleep from alcohol. There were bottles lying near him. And right now his mouth opened, and he let out a long, crackling snore. "Anastasia." Sandro rushed to the young woman, checked her pulse. Alive. Logan crouched on the floor and spoke softly to Kate, trying to convey to her that there was nothing to be afraid of and it was safe to come out. Anastasia started to come to her senses, moaning softly, then shrieked, startled. "Anastasia, it's all right. Don't be afraid. Everything will be all right now," Sandro said. Anastasia looked around frantically, then, from the last strength, rushed to her daughter, who decided to finally get out from under the table and hugged her, pressed her against herself and cried, "Help. Please save me. I can't take it anymore." What? Who are you?" A huge man, Nastia's husband, started to wake up. Anastasia, seeing this, cried out in horror and then froze because Sandro, without much conversation, with one powerful blow to the face, sent this guy into unconsciousness. "Not very right, perhaps, but I don't want him to stop us from leaving," said Sandro, losing his knuckles, his hand hurt from such a blow. Acting very gently, carefully, the friends led Anastasia and Katya out of the house. Sandro thoughtfully reminded them that they had to bring the documents with them. The decision was made instantly to take the woman and the child to the apartment with Logan, because they would have nowhere else to go. "Thank you," Anastasia said quietly. "You saved us. We really won't be in your way much longer." "You're not in the way," Logan sighed. "The main thing is not to interfere with your husband," said Sandro. "You're not going to forgive him. You're not thinking of going back to him, are you?" he asked. And when Anastasia shook her head in the negative, he continued, "We'll be there soon. But before we go home, you need to go to the hospital, of course. In the meantime, tell us what happened." And Anastasia spoke. The night before, her husband had come home. He had been fired from another job without paying anything, and he had come back very angry. Anastasia took the risk of talking to him about how things couldn't go on like this, and said she wanted a divorce. Then the man raged at her, reminded her that they were husband and wife, and said that he would teach her obedience, that he would put them both, mother and daughter, on a leash like unruly dogs, and that they would never leave the house again, not even to go to the yard. He threw himself at his daughter. Then Anastasia, who was trying to protect the little girl, got the brunt of it. Then the husband took to alcohol, after which he fell asleep for a while. Logan listened to the story in steely silence, and it was only by the change in his gaze that he could guess what he was thinking. He was about to say something, but his phone rang. Logan took the call, and for the second time his face changed. "Dan's dead," he said in a low voice. Those had been difficult, eventful days for Logan, days that had turned many ideas about his own life upside down, in which that very life had taken the most bizarre, disturbing, demanding forms. He was the only one who could take care of seeing Dan off in a dignified manner. He had 1,000 things he needed to do urgently in order to get custody of his sister, as well as to ensure that she received full treatment and support from qualified professionals. And then there was Anastasia and Kate. Logan had put them in his apartment as he had planned for what he thought would be the first time. And though he hadn't planned it, it just so happened that he had told Anastasia about his sister and the recent events surrounding her. "That's terrible. What you've been through," Anastasia responded with genuine sympathy. "But now, everything's all right, isn't it?" "I wish I could believe that," Logan replied. "I do believe that." Theoretically, Anastasia and Kate could have moved into a rented apartment soon. The charity where Logan worked had responded to the story and was willing to help. But he'd refused. And he had a hard time explaining it all to himself, but he was better off that they stayed with him. There was plenty of room in the 4-room apartment. Anastasia was naturally very timid at first and asked permission for every step. But a little later, at some point it became a regular thing she would get up early and cook breakfast for Logan. And though he repeatedly said it wasn't worth the trouble, she would do it. As for little Kate, she, unlike her mother, settled down at the new place much faster. And although in general Katenka was a modest and well-mannered girl, but at the same time she was very curious and asked a lot of questions about everything that surrounded her. For example, she was very interested in all kinds of sea stories related to a large collection of shells, which were collected from all over the world by Logan's great-grandfather. And then it happened. When the divorce proceedings were already in full swing, Logan offered to take Nastia to a good clinic for an examination. She refused, but he talked her into it. And according to the results of the examination, it became known that the young woman's leg can be saved, you just need to operate. "I don't have and won't have that kind of money," said Anastasia. "Don't worry about that," Logan said. But she was against it, saying she couldn't accept it. For her daughter's sake. For Kate's sake, Logan made the strongest argument, and Anastasia had to agree that the baby needed a healthy mom. And even a little later, Nastia's deadbeat ex-husband was stripped of his parental rights. And besides, Logan and Sandro had a serious talk with him, explaining that he should never go near Nastia and her daughter again, otherwise he would be in serious trouble. Logan's sister was still in the clinic. She was having a hard time over the loss of her grandfather. It made it difficult to get the girl back to the real world. But gradually she was getting better, and according to Sandro, very soon Ellen could move in with Logan. As for the inheritance from Dan, it was going to be huge, even by rough estimates, because Dan, as it turned out, collected very rare and expensive antiques. The surgery on Anastasia's leg was successful, and soon the doctors were talking about the fact that she would probably be able to walk normally. "Thank you," Anastasia thanked Logan very often, but this time she was especially excited. "It's all thanks to you. You just saved us." "We've talked about this before," Logan said jokingly. He had been thinking about Nastia a lot lately. It was strange, but at some point he realized that he had gotten used to her. And her daughter, too. And now it was hard for him to imagine that one day, or rather soon, they both might leave him. "Anastasia," Logan said softly to her, "we need to talk." "About what?" the young woman asked excitedly. The conversation took place in the late afternoon. Anastasia stood on the balcony of the apartment and watched the lights of street lamps, the rare glowing windows of houses, the cars driving along the many roads of the city in the early fall night. "About us," Logan said quietly. "About us?" she echoed. "Yes," he said, and continued. He told her about his sudden feelings, about how he'd never felt anything like this before. He also said that all his help, that in no way makes Anastasia his responsibility, and even if she turns down his offer, he's still a friend to her and her daughter. "I certainly should have done it differently," Logan said, looking into Nastia's eyes, which seemed to reflect the stars. "Buy a ring, arrange everything romantically. But I just somehow spontaneously decided everything finally. I want you to be my wife." Anastasia smiled. A single tear rolled from her eyes, no more. And then she threw herself around Logan's neck and hugged him tightly. "I love you," he said. "I love you, too," she whispered back. "Do you think I'll be able to dance at our wedding?" The wedding took place in the spring, in a garden full of blossoming trees. And Anastasia wore not only a beautiful dress, but also high-heeled shoes that she could dance in, just as she had dreamed. And on this day, she and Logan felt the happiest. They were happy, but they didn't know yet what was ahead of them. They didn't know that in a year there would be a new addition to their family. Kate would have a baby brother, who would be named George. They did not know that in 4 years Sandro, who had become a close family friend, would decide to marry Helene, who would give him her consent. Nor did they know that Helene would fully recover her mental health and decide to continue her family's work and become a talented historian, dedicating herself to the theme of ancient Egypt. All this was on the marvelous wedding day, only the future hidden from them. But the fact that in this future and in many other years they would be happy was already clear. Amanda looked up. She raised her head, trying to look up to the roof of the 16-story building. She had to squint all the time. Heavy drops of cold fall rain were falling from the sky. The girl was already completely soaked and cold. At least she should have been, because she had left the house in what she was wearing: shorts and a long, stretched t-shirt. And it's October outside. People are already wearing jackets and bouncing around, and then there's that nasty rain. But Amanda felt almost nothing physically right now. All of her senses were overshadowed by heartache, so much so that she didn't even want to live. What was there to live for? What was ahead of her now but shame and a meaningless, miserable existence? Not only that she had sealed her fate, but she would ruin her family's life if she stayed with them. No, it would be better to disappear from this world altogether, Amanda said. That's why she'd come to the only high-rise in the neighborhood. The other houses were 2 low Khrushchev 5-story buildings, and the new building, a pleasant soft blue color, towered above them like an ornate candle. The best place could not be thought of. This frightening yet life-saving thought came to Amanda suddenly. She was home alone. Her younger brothers were at school, her father and stepmother at work. Rain drummed against the window, and Amanda sat on her bed with her arms wrapped around her knees and rocked. She seemed to cry when no one was home. The girl could afford to let her feelings come out. Sometimes it got a little easier, but not now, because soon everyone would know everything. She couldn't hide it from her family forever. Then what would she do? No one would support Amanda. They won't kick her out of the house, of course, but they'll blame her all the time. Because she's in trouble. Of course, life will be a never-ending nightmare. And it's all her fault, no one else's. I should have been so stupid. Amanda had never been very close to her father. He seemed to love her, his only daughter, but to talk to his child, to ask how she was doing. No, that never happened. Her father was interested in Amanda's grades, her household needs, sometimes her health. And that was it. The other thing is the sons, the common children with the new wife, Amanda's younger brothers. That's where the father went fishing with them and made jokes. What about the stepmother? When she first married her father, she seemed sympathetic to Amanda. But then she had children of her own, boys who were 1.5 years old. And the girl immediately felt superfluous, like a 5th wheel on a cart. No, her stepmother didn't starve her and didn't bog her down with work, as in old fairy tales, but she didn't give her any warmth. She performed her duties to bring up her stepdaughter as an unloved, but necessary work. That's all. Amanda might not have noticed her parents' coldness toward herself, but she saw how they treated Michael and Timothy, and that sometimes made her hurt and resentful. And lonely. Well, what did you want? Amanda was once enlightened by her neighbor in the stairwell, Aunt Lucy. The girl then studied in the 8th grade and complained to her acquaintance that none of her parents could not come to her on a school holiday. For stepmother, you are a stranger. And your father. Men, they love children from their favorite women. And the woman he loves is his current wife. What about Mom? Amanda took offense to Mom. Tatiana is his past Aunt. Lucy sighed heavily. She was once friends with Amanda's mother. Your stepmother is your real stepmother. That's the conclusion to draw. Tears sprang from Amanda's eyes again at the memory of her dearest person. How she missed her mom right now. Mom would definitely have supported her daughter in a difficult situation if she had been there for her. Amanda wouldn't be afraid of anything at that moment. Together they would definitely think of something. Mom never scolded Amanda. If the girl was wrong, she would calmly point out her mistakes and explain at length, in detail, with examples, telling her why it was necessary to act this way and not that way. At that moment, Amanda felt so happy, so loved. Mom was the closest and dearest person for the girl. Her smile was as warm as the sun, and her tender hands seemed to protect her from all troubles and misfortunes. Once Amanda thought her mom was eternal, strong, reliable, and vulnerable. How wrong she was. The tragedy happened when the girl was in the first grade. Amanda, as always, came home after school, heated food from the refrigerator, had lunch, did her homework. Her mom was about to come home from work, followed by her dad. A cozy evening with the family lay ahead. Mom would probably come back with buns from the factory canteen. They're so fluffy, so fragrant. Adult and child will drink tea together and talk about everything in the world. Amanda will tell her parents how her teacher praised her today. But it was 7, then 8, and Mom and Dad were still gone. Darkness thickened outside the window. From the street came the long howl of the wind. The February weather had gotten worse. Amanda realized something was wrong. She crawled onto the couch, piled up her pillows, and waited. She was so scared alone in an empty apartment. If only she had a little sister or a brother, it would be more fun together. Amanda asked her parents many times to give birth to someone else, but they laughed and explained that they had a small apartment, 2 rooms only. They would expand, and then they could think about it. Finally, the key turned in the lock. Amanda's heart quickened. She rushed to meet her parents. When she saw her mother, everything would become simple and not scary. Her smile, her voice always drove away fears and worries. On the doorstep stood her father alone. Amanda felt disappointed. It had better be Mom. But it was good that at least Dad had come. He was more fun and less scary. But why is he so glum? His face is literally blank. And what's that alien look in his eyes? "Where's Mom?" Amanda asked. And then the father told his daughter the terrible truth, which the girl could not believe for a long time afterwards. It turned out that in the factory shop, where her mother worked, there was an accident. The boiler burst. There was a fire. Not everyone was saved. Amanda's mom was among the dead. Then there were funerals, but Amanda was not taken to them, left with neighbors. They thought that she was too young for such shocks. It was as if the girl had been turned off. For several years she could not smile and almost did not speak. She studied, ate, went to school, even it seems, played with her friends. But she did everything by inertia, machine-like. Amanda herself still remembered her feelings well. It seemed to her that she was in an unreal imaginary world, where everything was not real. That's why she didn't feel anything, a protective reaction of her body. I guess her father was doing the best he could to take care of his daughter. But he wasn't very good at it. Dad couldn't cook, but he was good at frying potatoes. He couldn't braid Amanda's hair either. Honestly, he tried. But they came out sloppy and smelly. In the end, Amanda had to learn to do a lot of things on her own. A kind neighbor, Aunt Lucy, her mother's friend, told her something and she did it herself. Domestic problems distracted Amanda a little and even relieved her condition. Fatigue drowned out the heartache, and yet the girl was very longing. So long that it is impossible to express in words. At night she cried quietly into her pillow, so as not to disturb her father. He promised to take her to a doctor if she didn't come to her senses. But Amanda didn't want to see a doctor, so she put up with it. Gradually, life fell into a familiar pattern. It became less pleasant, less cozy and bright. But there was still room for joy and pleasure in her life. Amanda had desires, dreams, and feelings. It was as if she was revitalized, strengthened, made stronger. And then, 2 years after the tragic events, Amber, the stepmother, appeared in the house. Her father worked as a driver at the bakery, delivering products to stores and stores, sometimes taking his daughter on trips. Amanda loved sitting in the high cab, looking down on the cars. What did it smell like in there? The aroma of fresh baked goods was unmatched. Amber worked as a clerk at one of the outlets her father operated. That's how they met. At first, Amber seemed like a kind, warm-hearted woman, smiling, attentive, homemaker. What about her cooking? Oh my God. Pancakes, pies, borscht. Amanda learned a lot from her. The girl was happy. Of course, no one could replace her mother, but a woman's hand in their house was definitely lacking. True, the neighbor Lucy from the very beginning was inclined to Amber cool, to put it mildly. Amanda noticed this dislike of her mom's friend and didn't understand the reason. Then Michael was born. Amanda was happy. She had once dreamed of a brother. The girl helped Amber with everything. Her big sister was a joy to be around, but her stepmother's attitude toward her help had changed. She began to be annoyed by things that before she did not even pay attention to. Why buy old clothes? Do you still have a closet full? Amber reprimanded her spouse. Michael needs a new fall suit. He's growing up fast. Why didn't your daughter do the dishes? What am I, the maid, cleaning up after all of you? I have a baby in my arms. I don't have time. The stepmother would get angry another time, and so on. It got to the point where Amanda tried to avoid seeing the woman again, so as not to cause a new outburst of irritation and aggression. But it didn't help. Amber always found something to pick on. And it was hard not to have contact in a cramped two-room apartment. Stepmother, father, and baby lived in the living room. Amanda had her own tiny but cozy and, most importantly, separate room. Here the girl felt in relative peace and safety. Only a year after Michael's appearance in the family was born another child, Tamati, and the eldest son was immediately moved into the nursery to Amanda. Now she had to neighbor with a 1.5-year-old baby, who invariably threw her textbooks and notebooks and cried a lot at night. But Amanda was not allowed to complain. Her father would support her stepmother, and she would be completely on her son's side. So she had to bear it. Moreover, sooner or later you get used to everything. When Tamati grew up a little, he was also moved into the nursery. The parents bought the boys bunk beds, which occupied the entire wall. Along the other wall stood Amanda's sofa. There was a desk under the window. There was no room for anything else in the room. Cramped but not cramped, Amber said of the nursery. She also dreamed of the time when Amanda would finally grow up and move away, either to study in another city or get married. I don't think we'll be able to get a bigger apartment, Amber reasoned. Times are hard, but Amanda's already a bride, and when she leaves, the place will be free, and the boys will have more room. And so will we. These dreams of her stepmother, spoken aloud, made the girl feel even more unnecessary and unloved. And the father? He did not even object to his wife, as if he too thought that Amanda's presence alone prevented everyone from living. Amanda finished 9 grades and entered a school to become a pastry chef. She wanted to become independent sooner, to get a job, rent an apartment, and move away from her family, who considered her a burden. Amanda had a group of wonderful girls. She immediately made friends with Lucy, a small, cheerful, carefree, and completely good-natured girl. It was easy and pleasant to communicate with her. Once Amanda had a person with whom she could share her worries. Emily pitied her friend, scolded her stepmother, and very often invited Amanda to her house. Emily lived in a spacious apartment with her grandmother. The girl had never seen her father, and her mother was building a personal life somewhere on the side. In some ways, the fates of girlfriends were similar. Both of them did not know parental love. But Emily was luckier. She had a caring grandmother who did not care about her granddaughter. At the beginning of summer was Emily's birthday, her coming of age, and the girl decided to celebrate not anywhere, but in a nightclub. I've never been to such a place before. Emily's eyes were burning with impatience. I'm 18, and I've never been to a club before. Neither have I, Amanda admitted. This is ridiculous. We need to fix this right now. And so the girls found themselves in a nightclub. All that music, the ear-splitting bass, the crowd of young people on the dance floor. The girls were a little confused at first. I wanted to go home right away, Amanda admitted, but Emily held her back. Wait, we haven't understood anything yet. What if we like it? Emily firmly dragged her friend to a vacant table. I think they ordered a pizza and a Coke. They didn't get drinks. Not you, or I have never had a drink before, Amanda said reasonably. I don't know what it'll do to us. And we're all alone here, Emily agreed. The girls went to the dance floor. The cheerful Emily blended right in with the crowd. She caught the rhythm and began to dance naturally and harmoniously. But Amanda felt constrained and awkward, tried to make some movements with her hands and feet, but seemed ridiculous to herself. It was good that it was dark, noisy and crowded. Hardly anyone paid attention to her. But Amanda was wrong. In fact, James was already following her. Only the girl didn't even realize it at the time. He was attracted by Amanda's differentness from the others. The girls from the club are all the same. Nothing new, nothing interesting. I've already looked at all of them. And then suddenly this modest and beautiful, incredibly slender, long-legged, a natural beauty. But how could I pass her up? James approached Amanda's table when she was alone. Emily was on the dance floor, oblivious to the world and looking very happy. Amanda, on the other hand, was still kind of uncomfortable, awkward, uncomfortable, but she didn't want to ruin her friend's party. Let her have fun. Birthday girl. Amanda sat at the table, looking at the people dancing. It was interesting to look at the outfits and hairstyles of the girls, the faces of the guys. There was a lot of people here, both green school children and people of almost parental age. "Excuse me, can I sit down?" Amanda heard. She shifted her gaze to the person speaking. It was a handsome guy in a tight black t-shirt, emphasizing the relief of muscles and obviously not cheap jeans. The young man was looking directly at Amanda and smiling openly. "Do you mind if I sit down?" The stranger repeated his question. "No, of course not," Amanda said. "Good." The guy smiled even wider and sat down directly opposite Emily's seat. "My name is James. I've been watching you for a long time. I thought I'd introduce myself." Amanda was embarrassed. She had no experience with the opposite sex. At school, boys didn't pay much attention to Amanda. They chose more colorful and risky girls. And Amanda was always quiet, modest. She was afraid to say an extra word. And in college, they didn't have any guys in their group. And now a young man wants to meet her. He likes her. How is that possible? And the guy's handsome, confident, and apparently not poor. Amanda had no idea how to talk to him, although she really wanted to. But James acted like they'd known each other forever, talking about things, joking, complimenting Amanda. And soon the girl's shyness was gone. Amanda didn't notice how she got involved in the conversation. She laughed at the jokes of her charming interlocutor, answered his questions, listened to stories from James's cheerful student life. The guy studied at the best university in the city at a prestigious law school. He was also involved in sports. He was a member of the university volleyball team. Lived with his parents in an apartment in the city center. He worked part-time at a pizzeria as a cook's assistant and drove his own car. Amanda stared into his cheerful eyes of an amazing emerald hue and felt like she was falling in love, for the first time in her life. A racing heartbeat, lightheadedness, a desire to be as close to him as possible. Weren't those the signs of falling in love? James was drawn to Amanda, too. The girl could feel it and see it in his interested gaze. The guy was showering her with compliments. Amanda couldn't believe her happiness. And she was desperately afraid to disappoint her new acquaintance, to say something wrong or do something. In fact, she was terrified of pushing James away. "Oh, it's your friend." It wasn't Emily who came back to the table. It was Amanda. She'd already forgotten that she'd come to the nightclub with a friend. It seemed that the perceptive Emily understood everything from her friend's eyes. James, the guy, introduced himself and immediately stood up, giving way to the girl. "Wow, what a gallant, a real gentleman." Emily marveled. "I'm actually on my way out." She looked at Amanda questioningly. She understood her friend's look. Emily wondered if she was the third extra, asking if it was time for her to leave. Amanda didn't know what to say to her friend. On the one hand, she didn't want to leave James, to be here alone with him. What could be more wonderful? On the other hand, it wasn't an easy decision to make, because, well, it was just scary. Honestly, this was the first time Amanda was seeing this man. What would James think of her if she agreed to be alone with a guy she didn't even know? And James understood the girl's hesitation. Amazing sensitivity. "I could drive you both home," he offered. "Only on the condition that Amanda leave me her phone number." The girl smiled. He would drive them both. That's a whole different matter. And James also asks for her phone number. But of course she will gladly give him those numbers. James' car was parked in the wide parking lot in front of the club. A black Chevrolet Cruze, not an expensive foreign car, but quite a nice car for a young guy. Amanda rejoiced. Lucky James wasn't rich. The guy drove the girls to Emily's house. Tonight Amanda had a sleepover at her friend's house. The parents had been warned about it in advance. Emily went out first. For a moment, Amanda and James were left alone in the cabin. The guy took advantage of this and took Amanda's palm in his hand and brought it to his lips. It was a very gallant kiss that filled Amanda's heart with light and warmth. "I'll be sure to call you tomorrow," James said. Amanda will be waiting for him to leave. Emily pounced on her friend with questions. She was curious to know how Amanda had gotten her hands on the handsome man. "I don't know," Amanda shrugged. "He picked me somehow." "Lucky you," Emily sighed. "I was making eyes at a guy on the dance floor, but he didn't even pay attention to me." "You'll get there," Amanda smiled. And then she added, "I'm just afraid he won't call me back." "He will," she said confidently. "The way he was looking at you. If someone looked at me like that, I'd be so happy." Emily was right. James did call back the next morning and invited Amanda to the movies. It was the opening night of another big superhero blockbuster. And there, in the darkness of the auditorium, James kissed Amanda for the first time. The girl even felt dizzy. She didn't know how to behave in such a situation. It was her first kiss. James seemed to realize that. "What about you? Were you seeing anyone else before me?" he asked, pulling back slightly and looking into Amanda's eyes. "No," she said, embarrassed. "Well, that's it." Now James would realize how ridiculous and worthless she was. She was almost 18, and she hadn't even been on a real date yet. There must be something wrong with her. Who would want her like that? But to Amanda's surprise, the negative answer pleased James. His eyes shone with joy. A wide smile lit up his face. He suddenly put his arms around Amanda gently and pulled her close to him. The girl felt his heart beating and melted with happiness. Some events were unfolding on the screen, but the meaning of the movie kept slipping away from Amanda. He was there. James put his arm around her shoulders, stroked her hair from time to time, and sometimes he looked at her silently and smiled at her. They often met, went to cafes and movies, went on rides, just wandered around the picturesque streets and neighborhoods. Sometimes James would take Amanda out of town. He knew so much about so many things. Young people then went to the waterfalls, then to the mountain with flowering plants. It turns out that in the vicinity of his hometown, a lot of interesting and beautiful. And Amanda had no idea. "You have a boyfriend now." "And I'm still alone," Emily envied her friend a little. "You'll have a boyfriend, too," Amanda replied. "Maybe, but when? You have a boyfriend now, and I'm still alone, with no one to go out with." So Amanda was a little embarrassed to tell her friend about her meetings with James, each of which turned into a magical adventure. Why would she want to hurt Emily's feelings? Happiness loves silence. Amanda didn't know where she'd first heard that beautiful expression, but she thought they were very wise words. Amanda finally felt loved. It turned out to be an incredibly pleasant feeling. James took care of her, opening the car door in front of her, giving her something to eat all the time. And if it got chilly, he took off his jacket and threw it over Amanda's shoulders. He was so sensitive, so attentive. James seemed to pick up on any change in the girl's mood and anticipate her desires. Love, support, attention. Amanda lacked it in her family. And here comes a guy who enveloped her with warmth, like a cotton blanket. Of course, James quickly became for her the most native and close person. Sometimes at night in bed, Amanda couldn't sleep and thought about how she had lived without James. Too bad James was a very busy young man. School, work, and his grandmother in the village, to whom he often traveled with groceries. The guy couldn't spend as much time with Amanda as she would have liked. By the way, he often regretted it out loud. "Baby, I want to hold you in my arms and hold you 24 hours a day. You are so amazing, but I have so much to do, my head is spinning sometimes." Amanda, lying in James's arms, understood. She felt sorry for the guy. He must be very tired, running around like a squirrel in a wheel. But he seemed to like the active life. That's good, too. Her father and stepmother didn't notice the change in Amanda's behavior. They did not see the happy glint in her eyes and thought that the girl spent a lot of time with her friend. One day, during a safety lecture, Amanda suddenly felt sick. It was early morning, the first class. The girl was groggy from the morning. But then the teacher suddenly spoke about the smell of raw fish, and Amanda felt it. Her eyes even darkened. No, she rushed for the exit. She had to make it. And Amanda did. How could she vomit? She'd never been like this before. "What's wrong with you?" Lucy came to ask. "You look so pale. I was sent to see if you were all right." "I think I'm fine," Amanda smiled. She suddenly felt strangely weak. Even her knees trembled. "Are you pregnant by any chance?" Emily asked. "No, I'm not." Amanda shook her head negatively and suddenly thought about it. It was entirely possible. It was unlikely, of course, but not impossible. Her stomach suddenly felt cold. Cold from the sudden realization. Emily said confidently. "No," Amanda admitted. "Then take the test." "I don't know why not." "I'm afraid," Amanda admitted honestly. On the way home, she stopped by the drugstore and bought a test. Something inside her told her that the result would be positive. Amanda had almost no doubts about it, and she was right. The test showed 2 bright stripes. It was a good thing no one was home at that time. Her brothers at school, her parents at work. Amanda shakily made her way to her couch and collapsed on it. Tears rolled from her eyes. The girl could not understand her own feelings. On the one hand, her heart was overflowing with joy and tenderness. She had a baby under her heart, a very real baby. Her baby, hers and James's. What a beautiful and wonderful creature it must be. On the other hand, Amanda didn't feel ready for motherhood. She wasn't even 18 yet. She wouldn't turn 18 until next month. No profession obtained, no job. What's she going to do with a baby? She's not ready. But the baby has a father. James, on the other hand, is doing just fine. He's studying, working, even owns his own car. His parents have a big apartment. He's mentioned it many times. I'm sure there's plenty of room for everyone. So it would seem. All the conditions for the creation of a family are there. But how would James take this news? Amanda was very worried about that question. It seems that the guy sincerely loves her, gives gifts, tends to spend any free minute with her. There are not many of them in his busy life. There was only one way to test it. Amanda would always remember that evening. James had invited her for an evening stroll along the waterfront. Dusk had already fallen. The light of the lanterns gave the setting a special charm. James held Amanda's hand. They walked in silence along the parapet behind which the wide river carried its waters. Quiet, calm, majestic. There was a nice fresh breeze. The first stars appeared in the sky. I need to talk to you," Amanda decided that there was no point in waiting any longer. She had tried to tell James about their baby several times before, but she hadn't had the courage. Now he would finally find out, give her a hug, a smile, a little scolding for her indecision. And everything would be fine. About what? James was still smiling nonchalantly. He couldn't imagine what he would hear in a few seconds. "James, We're having a baby," Amanda sucked in a breath. There was a heavy pause. Amanda stared into James's eyes, trying to figure out what he was feeling right now, and she didn't see any joyful emotions on the boy's face. Finally, he sighed heavily. "Are you sure?" Yes, Amanda nodded. "Several tests have already come back positive." "What's the timing of all this?" The boy looked puzzled and upset. Seeing that look on his face, almost squeamish, was very painful for Amanda. The girl's eyes suddenly filled with tears. With a willful effort, she chased them back. "What are you going to do?" James looked at Amanda and waited for an answer. The girl shrugged her shoulders. She had hoped it would be James who would tell her what to do, reassure her and support her. But he seemed to be as confused and scared as she was. There was no trace of his usual confidence. Right before Amanda's eyes, he was transformed. The adult, all-powerful James, capable of solving any problem, disappeared. And in his place was a boy green, inexperienced, a coward. "You're pathetic, even." Amazing metamorphosis, Amanda thought. "So how do you plan to deal with it?" James repeated his question. Amanda let go of her boyfriend's hand. He didn't want a serious relationship. This naive girl was already starting to bore him. At first, her enthusiasm, her ability to enjoy the little things, had attracted and mesmerized James. Amanda looked at him with such eyes that he felt strong and omnipotent. It was an interesting experience. He'd never met a girl like her before, but gradually it bored him. James was once again drawn to bright, bold beauties. He planned to break up with Amanda gradually over the next 2 weeks, without scandals or hard feelings. And then she said it. "I'm pregnant." James pulled away involuntarily, as if he wanted to run away. "No," Amanda shook her head. "We have to have an abortion." James seized on the thought. Money wasn't a problem. The term was short. It would be quick and easy. We'll go to the clinic tomorrow. I'm about to turn 18. Minors will tell their parents and they'll kill me, Amanda reminded him. If you don't, they'll kill you, James insisted. It's going to be noticeable soon anyway, Amanda shook her head. I have time to think of something, but we can't let anyone find out now. You're insane, James said. And sneaky. From a poor family? Maybe it's a way to make money. Amanda stared at him in amazement. How ugly he looked. Could she really fall in love with someone like that? It's not going to work, he said. My aunt works in the court. She will make the documents, and you won't be able to prove that the child is mine. Maybe it's not mine at all. Amanda sighed heavily, turned around and walked away. Away from James and his hurtful, nasty words. The voice of the man she had recently loved with all her soul came through. Get out of here so I don't have to see you. I'll never recognize him, do you hear me? You can't prove anything. If you try, I'll crush you. Amanda didn't doubt that James had the strength to crush her, but she wasn't going to fight him, and she didn't even want to see him now. The prince had turned out to be a coward and a scoundrel. Amanda was almost running down the embankment. The blood was pounding in her temples, an unpleasant chill spread through her body. At some point, she noticed the wary glances of passers-by and realized that her face was wet with tears. She felt an unbearable pain in her solar plexus. For a moment, she stopped thinking about the baby. Her disappointment had overshadowed her, and her soul was dark and disgusting. Had all of James's words, his reassurances, his tender glances and kisses been lies? That evening, Amanda walked about 10 kilometers home, not even noticing the distance. She tried to concentrate on her steps, seemingly counting them to distract herself from her heavy thoughts. In front of the apartment door, Amanda wiped her tears and smoothed her hair. She had to look normal, so her stepmother and father wouldn't suspect anything. It wasn't hard, they usually paid little attention to her. The stepmother was in the kitchen, the father was humming in the bathroom. Michael and Tamati were playing a console in the living room. The room was vacant, wonderful. Amanda collapsed on the couch, turned her back to the wall and instantly fell into a sound sleep. The morning is ancient in the evening. Tomorrow, surely she'd think of something. But Amber didn't think of tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, or the week after. Amanda went to school as usual. Summer vacation wasn't over yet, but students had to attend a special block of lectures before their last course. But what are we going to do, Emily, the only one who knew about Amanda's situation, often asked, unless you counted James, who had probably forgotten about the whole thing like a bad dream by now. I have no idea, the girl shrugged. I'll figure something out. Thither time went on and still no solution was found. The morning sickness had disappeared somewhere, and Amanda sometimes now even forgot that she was carrying a child under her heart. She felt nothing at all. Sometimes the thought even crept into her head, maybe the tests are all lies, but it can't be that a pregnant woman feels completely normal, can it? What about mood swings, strange taste preferences, rabid appetite? August came to an end, September flew by. And then one gloomy, chilly October morning, Amanda realized she couldn't button her favorite and only neat jeans at the waist. Her stomach had grown, it seemed, overnight. Just like that, almost instantaneously. Amanda lifted up her shirt and scrutinized herself in the mirror. Yes, she definitely looked pregnant now. No matter how hard the girl tried, she couldn't get that belly in. Tears came to her eyes. Her head snapped up. Well, this is it. Now everyone will see. Everyone will realize what she's done, and why Amanda took so long to do anything about it. Why didn't she listen to James and go to the hospital in time? Honestly, she'd thought everything would sort itself out. Foolish and naive to believe such a thing. But the girl still hoped that the tests were wrong, or that the pregnancy would suddenly stop developing. Foolish, unsupported dreams. Now Amanda realized how carelessly she had behaved in a difficult situation, hid her head in the sand, like a stupid ostrich. The reason for that could have been those pregnancy hormones. And fear, of course. Fear of parents, of doctors, of the future. And now the falling belly reminded Amanda that the problem wasn't going anywhere, and she couldn't put it off any longer. Even if she continued to keep quiet, they would notice. The first, of course, would be the stepmother. She'll say to the father, God, how can I live with myself? That morning, Amanda walked to the school with her jeans unbuttoned. No one noticed. She wore a long, wide t-shirt on top. If only everything else was as easy to fix, she thought. And then there was Emily not being around. A friend was sick. She'd had heart problems since childhood. Suddenly, at the end of the summer, it had gotten worse. Emily was taken to the capital for surgery. The friend will be there for at least 2 or 3 months, if not longer. She even took a leave of absence from school. Amanda was worried about her friend. They talked every night, supporting each other. And yet the absence of the only understanding and kind-hearted person at such a moment was an additional challenge for Amanda. On that gray, overcast October day, Amanda returned from school in a gloomy mood. As always, she found on the refrigerator a list of things to do from her stepmother: wipe the floors, cook dinner, buy some groceries. But today the girl had no energy even for these household chores. On the morning of her first class, Amanda felt the baby inside her move. In the first moment, she experienced non-rational feelings: tenderness, joy, love. It seemed, in general, some kind of warmth for the baby that was growing inside her. And then a very different emotion came over her. Amanda finally realized that inside her was a living person with arms, legs, and heart, and maybe even with feelings. This is a huge responsibility, unbearable for Amanda. She can't even tell her parents about this person. Still hasn't made up her mind. What kind of mother is she for the rest of the day? The girl remained in gloomy silence. No one touched Amanda much. She saw no way out. Life seemed a burden. The people around her were cold, indifferent, evil. And in this world she wants to bring a child. What can such a mother give her? Nothing, not even basic protection. And now, sitting in an empty, quiet apartment, Amanda thought over the decision. A terrible, irrevocable, but, it seems, the only right one. The girl was overcome with doubts. Of course, it was not easy to take such a step. But the more she thought about her situation, the more she was convinced that she had to act. What's the point of staying here? She asked herself. My father doesn't need me, and my stepmother doesn't need me. She'd be glad to have a place for her own beloved children. Even James, who had once seemed so loving and caring, had betrayed her. How can anyone ever be trusted? Amanda is alone in this whole world, and no one will ever help her. Except Emily. But she needs support herself. Bad things happen to mostly good people, to people who don't deserve it. To keep herself from changing her mind, Amanda got up from her cozy couch and walked outside in what she was wearing. It was pouring rain. The homemade shorts and t-shirt were clearly not appropriate for the weather. Amanda could see goosebumps on her bare arms and legs, but somehow she didn't feel cold. The girl knew where she was going. There was only one place in their neighborhood suitable for Amanda's plan: a new building, a 16-story building. They say it has spacious apartments with high ceilings and big windows. Must be nice to live in a place like that. And here's Amanda standing outside this building, looking up. It's not hard to climb up the fire escape to the roof. And then, scary. But where do you go? Strangers were rushing past. Some glanced at Amanda with indifferent eyes. Others did not notice a teenage girl freezing in the October rain in summer shorts and a t-shirt. Everyone has their own business, everyone has their own worries. What to speak of strangers, if even her own father didn't care about Amanda? Child, are you all right? Amanda shuddered with surprise when she heard a dry and at the same time concerned voice. The girl turned around and met the gaze of worried light blue eyes. Before her stood an old woman in a long cloak. Small, thin, slightly hunched, pale. Thin strands of gray hair were poking out from under her gray shawl. What? Amanda didn't understand. She was far away from here now. Her heart clenched with fear. Her legs were stiff and she was shivering. What are you up to? As if the old woman had read the girl's thoughts. Come to my place. I'll warm you with tea, and you'll tell me everything. Amanda wanted to refuse, but the old woman spoke in a tone that did not tolerate objections, confident and at the same time kind and affectionate. She looked at Amanda with sympathy and curiosity. She cared. The stranger really wanted to know what misfortune had befallen this young girl. And it wasn't idle interest. Amanda felt that the old woman wanted to help her. Amazing. Amazing. Could this really happen? Amanda obediently followed the old woman. She was saying something as she walked and kept looking back. as if checking to see if the strange girl was following her. Only when she was in the old woman's small, clean apartment did Amanda realize that she was very cold. The warmth took her into its embrace, gave her a feeling of security and satisfaction. Amanda suddenly remembered what she had just wanted to do and shuddered. Now the thought seemed terribly wrong. "Come into the kitchen," the old woman smiled and gestured to the table. "What kind of tea do you like, black or green?" "Black with milk, please, if I may." "Why not?" The old woman put the kettle on the stove, took out dishes and simple food from the cupboard, store cookies, wafers, cheap candies, homemade jam. All of it was soothing to Amanda. She relaxed, felt pleasantly sleepy. It felt so good here. An island of calm and comfort in the middle of a gray, crazy world. "Well, everything is ready," the old woman said. Amanda finally finished setting the table and sat down across from her guest. "Now tell me what your trouble is." Lucy was embarrassed. She wanted to open up to this kind woman, but what would she think when she found out? Judgment, of course. Of that there was no doubt. Lucy was afraid to tell even her own family. And people of the older generation are even more categorical in such matters. "Don't be embarrassed or afraid of anything," sighed the old woman. "By the way, I don't think I introduced myself. My name is Pamela, and you're Amanda? That's a wonderful name. It's what I wanted to name my daughter. I've dreamed of having kids my whole life, but it never came true. I haven't dreamed yet, but I have," Amanda confessed to herself. Realizing that there was no retreat, she added, "I'm expecting a baby. And I just turned 18. My boyfriend left me. And I can't tell my parents. That's all. Now the old lady will condemn her and throw her out on the street. Maybe she'll give her a lecture on morality first. And she'd be right, by the way. Amanda really is stupid and unscrupulous to be in this situation." But Pamela suddenly did something completely unexpected. She walked over to Amanda and hugged her tightly and very gently. And then Amanda couldn't take it anymore. All the worries and fears of the last few days began to come out of her with tears and sobs. The old woman soothingly stroked her back with her hard, dry palm and said something softly. Amanda couldn't make out all the words, but Pamela seemed to be telling her not to hold back and to cry as much as she needed to. When the tears dried up, Amanda, to her surprise, felt better. Strength and energy came from somewhere. Even breathing became easier. "That's good." Pamela smiled at her, returning to her seat. "Sometimes you need to cry. Now tell me more about it. We'll see what we can do to help you." Amanda smiled at the kind old woman. Was there really one person in the world who wanted to help her? It was true, she wasn't alone anymore. Amanda took a deep breath and told Pamela everything about her mother who had left so early, about her stepmother and father, and about James. Of course, he was especially hard to remember. Amanda also mentioned Amber, who was now in a hospital 100 kilometers away. Pamela listened without interrupting. Amanda could see in her face that the old woman was not judging her guest. She pities, sympathizes, worries, but definitely remains on the girl's side. Amanda felt Pamela's support and approval, and it gave her strength and confidence. That was it. Amanda finished her story. "So why did you come here? To the high rise?" Pamela frowned. Amanda lowered her eyes. Now she was afraid to admit what she had wanted to do only 40 minutes ago. But the old woman seemed to understand. "You're just like me," she said suddenly, and shook her head. "I was in the same situation too, and I didn't see any way out. I didn't want to live. So girl, don't think that you are alone. And don't blame yourself for anything. You fell in love? Lost your head? Who doesn't? Especially since you don't see affection and care at home. So your heart went out to this James. And he's a coward. What can you do?" Amanda looked at Pamela in surprise. The old woman had managed to express so clearly in words what she felt. She'd only gotten involved with James because she'd been missing his affection, care, and attention for a long time, ever since her mother had passed away. It seemed to Amanda that now, finally, she wasn't alone. She had James. She wanted it so badly that she probably didn't pay attention to the alarm bells. Were there any? Of course there were. I've been in the same situation myself, Pamela sighed. Had you? Amanda had forgotten her own distress for a moment. Would you tell me? Pamela grinned. It was a difficult story for her. But the girls sitting in front of her now, it was important to hear it. Perhaps fate itself had brought them together. It was no coincidence that Amanda had gotten in Pamela's way at the right and crucial moment. No, the old woman was sure that the girl would not have committed this terrible act. Most likely she would have come to her senses on the way to the roof or standing on the edge. Pamela saw in Amanda's eyes that she wanted to live and had even managed to love her baby. Yes, the girl was in a difficult position, but it would all pass. And fears and pain will not be easy. And yet there are many good things ahead for Amanda. The girl will realize this once she calms down a little. Pamela's story should help Amanda calm down, at least for a confused girl. It will be interesting to hear the story of someone who has had to experience the same thing she herself has. Pamela had it harder, I think. Times were different. A lot more was required of girls then than it is now. Tell me, Amanda asked, looking at Pamela curiously. It won't take long. Do you have time? I do now. Amanda made herself comfortable in her chair and prepared to listen. Pamela was born in a small town to a large family. Her father and mother worked on the collective farm. Every morning they had to go to another town. Both of them returned late. Accordingly, the household and the younger children were in the care of the eldest daughter. The nimble and agile Pamela coped with everything playfully. She returned from school, quickly did her homework and began to do things to clean the floors, cook lunch and dinner, wash and hang the laundry. Work burned in young Pamela's hands. She even had time to go for a walk with her girlfriends before picking up the younger ones from daycare. Then you can't get away from the little ones. For such children need an eye, and an eye this Pamela learned very well. By her 15th birthday, the girl dreamed of being a teacher. Most of all, she liked math and physics. These were the subjects she wanted to teach children when she grew up. Teachers praised the clever student and predicted a great future for her. And so it turned out in the end. But at what cost? It happened so that in a neighboring town died sister of Pamela's father. A very young woman's heart failed. The head of the family died at the front a few years ago, so that the children were left round orphans. There were 4 of them. Neighborhood children decided to distribute among relatives, and the eldest daughter, 15-year-old Emma, was given to Pamela's family. Emma seemed to be the same age as Pamela. But friendship between the girls did not work. 2 different characters. Cheerful, quick-witted Pamela and slow, thoughtful Emma seemed somehow different, and they had nothing to talk about. Emma, unlike her cousin, was not very eager to study. But she was a wonderful hostess who could cook complicated dishes and clean so well that everything sparkled. Emma had no patience for clutter, and she put things in their proper places. It was like it was in her blood. To herself, Emma didn't seem overly affluent, carefree, unserious. And she was always making remarks to her sister she dusted the wrong way, washed the dishes too long, and kneaded the dough the wrong way. This irritated Pamela, which of course did not contribute to the strengthening of relations between the sisters. Parents also added oil to the fire. They constantly set Emma as an example to their eldest daughter. "Look how clever Emma is," praised her niece mother. "Such a wife to anyone for happiness." "And what about me?" Pamela was indignant. "I do my chores too, and look after the children and clean. I've managed without her before. How am I any worse?" "You laugh too loudly and answer too much," said the father. How it annoyed young Pamela. But there was a great advantage to Emma's arrival. Now the girls shared the household chores equally, and Pamela had more free time to go out with her friends. Emma had no desire to go out. She hadn't made friends with anyone from the neighborhood. So the girl quietly let her cousin Emma go out in the evenings and looked after the little ones. "Okay, go," Emma sighed every time I left her, she grumbled. "Sister's just for show." In fact, she was even glad to stay, at least for a while, as mistress of the house. Oh, those evenings young Pamela needed them. Evenings were the best time. Pamela still recalled with nostalgia her walks through Nashville in the company of teenagers like herself. The things they did. They played like kids, slid down snowy mountains, played soccer, jumped over the fire, and swam in the river after sunset, despite their parents' prohibitions. It was fun and good fun. Adults watched the fun of boys and girls with a smile. Probably they remembered the time when they were like that themselves. Sometimes one of the men even joined the noisy company, which caused laughter and approval of teenagers. One of those men was sometimes Ben. He had not lived in Nashville for a long time, but he often visited his parents who remained here. Ben himself at one time went to study in the city, and stayed there, as happened to many. It was said that Ben worked at a big factory and had already reached the position of a shop manager. He had his own apartment and a brand new red car. But he didn't get married. This fact bothered the locals a lot. Women tried to match the enviable groom with their daughters and nieces. Ben's mother lamented and dreamed aloud of grandchildren. Only Ben himself was in no hurry to marry. In his own words, he was doing quite well as it was. Ben at that moment was already about 30 years old. A grown man, almost old by the standards of 15-year-old Pamela. But he was nothing like the people of that age the girl knew. First, Ben dressed fashionably and stylishly. Secondly, he joked a lot, laughed, and generally behaved relaxed and carefree. Here and with teenagers did not bother to race the ball. Many girls from the company were in love with him. Some of them talked about it directly, and some of them didn't even need to admit it. Everything became noticeable by the looks they threw at Ben. Ben liked talking to young people. That evening, the man spent the late afternoon playing ball with the teenagers. Pamela, daydreaming as always, secretly admired his deft, precise movements. Ben sometimes caught her eye, and then the girl shamefully lowered her eyes. How handsome he was, and so different from the natives. Like a man from another world. But why? How is he from another world to city? It's a different life there. Yes, Pamela had been to the city several times. The smart, wide streets, the motley crowd of people rushing somewhere. Squares, fountains, beautiful parks. This splendor even made the girl dizzy. Life in the city was like a never-ending holiday. Ben touched Pamela a few times that evening accidentally during the game. It was as if a lightning bolt struck her at those moments. He didn't seem to notice. When it got dark, the teens went to a bench outside the neighborhood. It was their favorite gathering place. One of the boys would make a fire because it was dark here at this time. So they sat some on a bench, some on fallen trees, and some just on the grass. They told each other scary stories, discussed the events of the day, and dreamed. The atmosphere was pleasant and light. Yes, Pamela loved those hours. Then we slowly went home. Pamela was one of the first to leave. In her family, there was a strict rule to show up before midnight, even if tomorrow was a day off, and she didn't have to go to school. The girl could not disobey her parents. If she tried to do that, her mother and father would not let her out at all next time. They were strict. That night, Ben stayed with the boys. It wasn't surprising. It happened sometimes. The teenagers liked to hear him talk about his childhood. It's time to go, Pamela sighed, glancing at her wristwatch, a gift from her father. It was almost 12 o'clock at night. The friends sympathized and went back to their leisurely conversation. It was good for them to stay together around the fire, happy and carefree. Pamela didn't want to go home at all, but there was nothing to do. She walked through the deserted, dark streets of the village. It was quiet, very quiet. Only from the bench, now quite far away, the wind sometimes brought scraps of phrases and laughter. Large bright stars shone in the sky. The path was illuminated by the diffused light of the pale moon. Suddenly, Pamela heard light footsteps. Someone was catching up with her. The girl stopped and looked back. Ben was approaching her at a light trot. He was smiling at her and following her with purpose. Pamela's heart sank into her heels and her ears rattled. When she realized it, she still couldn't believe it. Now Ben will come up to me, and it will appear that there is some quite domestic reason why he is now hurrying after the young neighbor, thought the girl. You're fast, Ben said, either delighted or surprised as he approached Pamela. She lowered her eyes to the floor, embarrassed. It was a good thing it was dark outside and Ben couldn't see her flush. Otherwise, he'd have realized at once that Pamela was one of his many admirers. Are you going home already? The man asked. Pamela nodded affirmatively, still looking at the toes of her dusty sandals. Ben's proximity made her heart race, and she felt dizzy. They'd never been alone like this before, and there was no one else around. Her parents are waiting. My father scolds me if I'm home after 12, but he doesn't beat me, she said. Ben looked at Pamela with interest. No, but he swears. I see. My parents were strict too. Well, you'll grow up soon and you'll be your own boss. How old are you? Already 16. Almost, Pamela answered. Wow. Already a bride. I remember you as a little girl. And now you're so beautiful. Ben scrutinized the girl very closely, as if groping her. He liked what he saw. Pamela was both pleased and a little afraid. "You are really very beautiful," said the man. Pamela flashed to the roots of her hair and smiled. These words created some kind of magic. The girl really felt strong, mature, and incredibly beautiful. She squared her shoulders and finally dared to look into Ben's eyes. In them, Pamela saw sincere admiration and also interest. Ben was openly admiring her. A wave of unexplored sensations came over the girl, and she wanted him to touch her. Ben, as if guessing her thoughts, covered her shoulder with his palm. Pamela felt a wave of goosebumps run up her spine. "Shall we walk to the river?" Ben said hoarsely, keeping his gaze fixed on the girl. Under that gaze, Pamela felt like a queen, a goddess, the most beautiful woman on earth. She would have followed Ben to the ends of the earth for that feeling. Never mind that her father would give her a beating for being late. It's okay, he'll find something to complain about. She'd tell her parents later that she'd been sitting around the campfire with the boys and had forgotten the time. When Ben repeated his question about the walk to the river, Pamela smiled and nodded affirmatively. "That's a good girl," said the man. His affirmative answer made him the happiest man in the universe. It turned out to be very pleasant to feel your power over a man, especially a man like Ben. He took the girl's hand gently and led her toward Poplar Street. Just beyond it began the hillside on which the village was situated, and at the foot of it flowed the quiet river Fedor. In the summer, Pamela used to splash in it almost every day with her friends. But that had been in the daytime. Now it was night. The moon shone in the sky, in the light of which everything seemed so unfamiliar, so magical and mysterious. Ben and Pamela sat down on a fallen tree that served as a local shop. "You're a ravishingly beautiful girl." Ben looked at his companion without looking away. Pamela was not like the other girls. Her misdemeanors were different from the silly pranks of her friends. This Ben had realized not so long ago and had lost his peace ever since. His words made a great impression on Pamela. She had always known she was different from her girlfriends, always felt special. And now Ben had confirmed her hunch. But was it right to sit alone with a grown man at night by the river and listen to his compliments? "Your eyes, your hair, your smile. You're perfect. I've never met anyone like you before," Ben said. "Really, I'm embarrassed," Pamela finally admitted. "I don't know what to say." And then Ben kissed her. It was so sudden that she didn't even have time to pull away. And then she didn't want to. "I'm sorry I couldn't help myself," Ben said, looking at Pamela carefully. She smiled and kissed Ben herself. She decided to let it be. She would think about whether she was doing the right thing later. For now, the girl just wanted to enjoy this magical and absolutely fantastic moment. Ben is near. He likes him. And he doesn't just like him. This grown-up, handsome man is the dream of everyone in their town, down to 10-year-old girls. He chose her. It all happened right on the beach. Pamela didn't realize it at first, and then it was too late to leave, and she didn't want to. To be honest, it hurt a little. It was good that it was over quickly. The girl hoped she had behaved properly. Ben smiled, stroked her hair, took out a pack of cigarettes and smoked. "Would you like one?" He offered one to Pamela. She shook her head negatively. Now she felt stupid and constrained. What to say, how to behave. Ben had better take the initiative again. "Are you all right? Are you okay?" he finally asked. Pamela nodded. All sorts of thoughts were running through her mind. It appeared that Ben's feelings for her were very serious. He would probably take her back to the city with him now. They would live in his apartment. It's going to take some getting used to. It probably won't be easy, but Ben will help her. He's such a strong, confident adult. You can't be afraid of anything. Pamela will be like a stone wall behind him. The main thing is that Ben loves her. He won't be as indifferent and irritable as her parents, but will surround her with love and care. The way he was looking at her. "Don't tell anyone." Ben squeezed himself out. It was like an ice-cold gush of water. The voice of the man who just half an hour ago had been staring at her with admiring eyes now sounded cold and indifferent. "I won't," Pamela replied. "That's right. And even if you did, no one would believe you." "Why not?" Pamela wondered what had happened to make Ben change so suddenly. Maybe she'd done something wrong. But the man understood the question in his own way. "Do you want to know why no one will believe you?" He grinned. "Well, think about it. Everyone in town knows that all the local girls are in love with me. And not just girls, but older ladies too. There's a lot of rumors about me around here. The ladies make up stories, one more interesting than the other. But no one believes them for a long time." Pamela nodded. Ben was right. Even if she told what had happened, no one would believe her. They'd think she was just another lovesick fool dreaming about him, sharing her fantasies. So it's best to keep quiet or they'll laugh. Why? She did ask a question. Why, of all the girls in their company, had Ben gone after her? He must have had feelings for her. She wanted to hear again that she was special. No reason. Ben smiled. You just happened to fall into his lap. He patted Pamela on the shoulder and walked up the slope. The man climbed easily and very quickly. Pamela sat on the bank for a while, thinking about what had happened. Tears ran down her cheeks. She had already believed that happiness was near. She had even begun to think of herself as an incredible beauty. To think that in her mind Pamela had already moved to the city, to Ben's apartment. You've got to be such a fool. She wasn't special, and if she was, it was in a bad way. I don't think any of her friends could have gotten into such a mess. And Pamela? She's hanging her ears, feeling like her favorite fool. But there was no turning back the clock, and the girl made a decision that seemed to her at that moment the only right one. She forgot about what had happened, hid the events of that evening in the hidden corners of her memory. There was nothing, that's all. At home, the girl got it from her father. She patiently listened to her parents moralizing. She was not even shaken by another comparison with Emma, who had long since slept in her bed. Why take offense at the truth? Her father was right, that's just the way it was. Since then, she hadn't been drawn to the outdoors anymore. No, she hadn't become despondent or fearful. She just didn't want to go to her friends because she might meet Ben, and she didn't want that at all. It was too painful, too hard, and Pamela would feel dirty and stupid around him. After all, he knew her secret, he did, and now he saw her through completely different eyes. The parents did not notice any change in their eldest daughter. They were too busy with work, household chores, fiddling with the kids. But Emma, sensitive Emma, immediately suspected something. One day the cousin couldn't bear to ask her directly. What happened that night? I can tell something's wrong. Your face is gone. Did you have a fight with your friends? Golden untruths were spilled. You guys fight all the time, but you make up all the time. This is different. You haven't set foot outside in 2 weeks. And before that, you couldn't stay indoors for a day. So Pamela went off the deep end and told Emma everything. Even though they were not friends, but the cousin will not betray and will not run to tell everyone about what she found out. Emma was reliable and serious, though she was a bore, of course. Pamela wanted to share her misfortune with someone. Telling her sister made her feel better. The relief was instantaneous, but now Emma was frowning and thinking hard. You do realize it's a crime, she said at last. What? But what he did. He belongs in prison. You're a minor, a child, and he's a grown man who took advantage of your inexperience. Pamela didn't see her story that way. And it's not your fault, Emma continued. You're just a teenager. It's his fault. That's why he told you to keep quiet. Pamela nodded. Emma was right. Then, sitting on the riverbank, she blamed herself. She'd thought herself stupid, naive, dirty, promiscuous. But the real culprit was Ben. The realization of this simple truth made her feel better. And Pamela did something she'd never thought she'd do before she hugged Emma tightly. Thank you, she said to her sister. It was the first time she'd ever felt warm feelings for an unloved relative. She was so smart, Emma, and sensitive. Are we going to tell our parents? Emma asked. No, not at all. Pamela objected. I want to forget the whole thing as soon as possible. You realize that even though it was his fault, it would still be a shame for me if people found out. Emma nodded understandingly. Of course, she knew what her sister was worried about. Reputation is a very fragile and important thing, especially if you live in a small town. Okay, let's just forget about it. Emma nodded. But forgetting it didn't work. 3 months later, Pamela was horrified to realize she was expecting a baby. It was October. Vacation was long over. Ben had left town even earlier. After he left, Pamela breathed a sigh of relief. Still, the proximity of this man was very tense. even though he tried to stay away from her. But Pamela remembered perfectly well how her pregnant mother had walked. And of course, in her 15 years, she knew the main signs. She had them all at once. Nausea, increased appetite, a tugging sensation in her abdomen, and most importantly, a delay. She hadn't noticed it at first. It had happened to her before. But soon it became impossible to ignore the troubling symptoms. She couldn't even tell Emma about it, but she couldn't hide the shame of it either. What to do? What to do? It's a disgrace. They'll start looking for the culprit. No one will believe that Ben is the baby's father. It's useless to even say anything. This man has an impeccable reputation. He's the standard bearer for the locals. And Ben's right. A lot of the girls in town have a crush on him, and they make up stories about him from time to time, that he gave them a special look, or a hug, or a kiss. Or maybe it's all stories. But nobody believes the girls. So they'll definitely look for the culprit. And they'll probably assign it to some boy who can't justify himself. Andrew, most likely. Andrew lives near Pamela. They're kind of friends. They cheat off each other's homework. The kid sometimes carries heavy buckets home for the girl. The kids even tease them about being bride and groom over the summer. Andrew's the one who's going to get suspicious. Poor fellow, he'll have a hard time, all because of her. The mother will weep and quietly hate the daughter who brought such shame on the family. The father will probably even benefit, won't he? I don't think so. He is holding on, sometimes, and for smaller misdemeanors handed out to children slaps, and often recalled those times when young people birching, considering such methods undeservedly forgotten methods of education. Life became a nightmare. Pamela would become an outcast. Other girls will be forbidden by their families to even go near her. And the child, what will happen to him? The world will be hostile to him long before he's born. And then it'll get worse. Pamela can't handle it, definitely can't handle it. This life. What's it for? At night, when everyone was fast asleep, Pamela cried quietly into her pillow so as not to wake anyone. Surprisingly, the tears brought relief. Temporary, though. The girl desperately tried to find a way out to hide the pregnancy, and then quietly give birth somewhere and leave the baby in the forest. No, it's too complicated and scary. And could she leave a defenseless baby to die? It's not his fault. Try to terminate the pregnancy herself. It seemed like a lifesaver at first. Pamela carried heavy buckets and steamed for long periods in the bath she knew from her mother, who had been pregnant several times. When her daughter was already old enough, all of this was dangerous for women in childbirth. But her baby seemed to be strong. Nothing helped, the baby stayed inside. Moreover, it was actively growing, because Pamela already had a belly, still almost imperceptible, very neat. But that was just the beginning. Pamela was not herself. At school, did not listen to teachers, did not do her homework. The girl forgot about her dream of becoming a teacher. What kind of career plans can there be when there are such problems? And Pamela is not studying now. She will have a child in her arms. She would be a single mother in front of everyone. And so young. Emma tried to rouse her cousin. She thought she was worried about the story from the summer, but Emma had no idea it was more serious than that. And Pamela hadn't told her, but she couldn't say it out loud.
One night, lying in her narrow bunk, Pamela decided that it was all too hard for her, too unbearable, and she didn't want this life at all, because there would be nothing more good. Only tears of shame, sighs, poverty, general disapproval, reproaches, even beatings of parents. Is it worth clinging to such a life? And she suddenly thought of the Albany River, flowing at the foot of the hill on which the town settled.
It was on the bank of the river that the event that had divided her life into before and after had taken place. So it would end there, Pamela decided. She got out of bed, trying not to creak the springs, grabbed from the table the long silk ribbon that Emma used to weave into her thick braid in the mornings, and slipped out of the house in a light nightgown that reached almost to her ankles. It was already October, and her arms were immediately covered with gooseflesh from the cold, but it would not be long before Pamela could feel nothing at all. She hurried toward the river, almost running, for she was afraid to change her mind. She stopped at the water's edge. She had to tie her hands with this ribbon, so that at the decisive moment she would not slacken and swim out. Pamela struggled, but managed to do it. Soon her hands were bound wrist to wrist. She could not swim out now. All that remained was to enter the river and take a few steps. The river was not wide, but it was deep enough. Children were not allowed here without their parents. A pale moon shone from the sky, about the same as then, a silent witness to Pamela's terrible secret. The girl stepped into the icy water. The river burned her feet with cold. But Pamela took another step, then another and another. And now the water was almost up to her chest. There was not much more to go. It was frightening to take those fateful steps. But Pamela had no way out. She realized it quite clearly. All she had to do was be brave enough to put all her problems behind her. I thought about that moment a lot afterward, Pamela said, resting her chin on her fist. Amanda stares at her with her eyes wide open. She realizes that the story ended well because Pamela is sitting across from her, but she still feels uneasy. I didn't see the way out. Then the old woman shook her head. Indeed, she didn't. It wasn't as bad as I had pictured in my head. But I realized it much later. If it hadn't been for a happy accident, I wouldn't have realized it at all. When Pamela was up to her neck in the icy water, she heard a desperate cry from behind her. "Stop, don't." Then she heard a loud splash. Someone was rushing to her rescue. The girl froze. The situation seemed too unreal. Then she slowly turned around. It was Emma, wearing a nightgown as long as Pamela's but with her father's robe over it. Emma reached her sister in no time and dragged her toward the shore. Pamela resisted. Soon both girls were on the ground, drenched, freezing, shivering. "Get home." Stern Emma commanded. "You'll catch cold." Pamela nodded. Emma looked at her sister's bound wrists and sighed. Then she quickly untied the tape, took Pamela's hand, and the girls ran home. They quickly changed into dry clothes and dived into their beds, each in her own. But a moment later, Emma was under the covers with her sister. "I knew something was wrong with you a long time ago," she whispered. "I've been watching you. What are you up to? Why would you do something like that?" "You don't know anything," Pamela sighed. She was shivering, even though she was warm under the blanket. Perhaps it was fear that was beginning to realize what she had almost done. "So tell me," Emma demanded. "I won't tell anyone," Pamela said. Emma lay silent and obviously thinking about something. "You fool," she said at last. "Why didn't you consult me at once? Your problem is easily solved." And Emma told about a witch doctor from their native village, who had been curing women in their village and the surrounding villages of unwanted pregnancies all her life. And whoever went to her, even rumored to have come from the city. She helps young girls too, Emma continued to share information. She helps them for free, just because they have no other choice. And with the adults, Miss Hannah asks for money or groceries and she will help. Emma looked at her sister hopefully. Was there still more to come? Did Pamela really have a way out? Of course she does, Emma said confidently. Tomorrow, after school, I'll go to Miss Hannah's and make all the arrangements. And Emma was serious, reliable. She certainly didn't fail. The next day she had a plan ready. Emma had asked her parents to stay with her old friends in a neighboring town for the weekend and supposedly decided to spend time with her sister. In reality, the girls were going to stay at Ms. Hannah's cabin for 24 hours. The old woman was already waiting for the girls. She warned the sisters that it would take time for Pamela to recover from the procedure. That's why Emma had made up the story with her friends. Pamela was scared of a lot of things: pain, failure, exposure. And she was ashamed in front of this stranger, Ms. Hannah. Although Emma convinced her that she had seen all sorts of things in her life and treated everything with understanding. Even pities young girls in trouble. That's why she helps them for free. Ms. Hannah lived in a small house on the edge of town. A cozy, clean, bright house. Pamela even smiled when she saw it. She had imagined the witch's lair quite differently: dark rooms with old-fashioned windows, bundles of dried herbs hanging everywhere, a skinny black cat with evil eyes. There was a cat, but it was ginger, fat, fluffy, indifferent. Miss Hannah received the girls cordially, gave them tea, asked Pamela about her trouble. She told Pamela everything without a secret, because she knew that this old woman would understand her and would not condemn her. Ms. Hannah nodded silently, shook her head, and whispered something cursing to Ben under her breath. The procedure itself took place in a separate room. Pamela had to lie down on a special table, hard, long, cold. It was painful. Despite the fact that Miss Hannah had given the young patient some kind of potion beforehand, Pamela bravely endured. She tried not to show that she felt anything at all. But at one moment the pain became so unbearable that the girl lost consciousness, simply blacked out, fell into darkness. When she came to, she saw Miss Hannah and Emma leaning over her. She herself was already lying on the soft bed. Both had worried faces. "Well, thank goodness you're awake," Miss Hannah exhaled. "I thought it was over." "Is it over?" Pamela asked in a weak voice. She felt pain in every cell of her body, not as sharp as the pain on the table, but still. "Yes, it's all over, Ms. Hannah replied. "The baby was clingy. I could barely manage it. I've never seen such a stubborn one. He almost took you with him. But you're young and strong. You did it." Pamela was frightened. She was afraid Ms. Hannah would say it was all for nothing, that the pregnancy was still developing. "I don't know if you'll be able to be a mother now that you're older, Ms. Hannah said. "I don't think so. The procedure was too hard, not without consequences. It happens." Pamela breathed out a sigh of relief. What did it matter what happened years from now? The main thing was that everything was fine now. She could finish school and go to college. All roads were open to her again. Pamela then felt happy and free. Many years had passed. Pamela, as she dreamed, became a teacher of physics and math. She finished school in this city, studied at the institute. The girl tried not to remember what happened to her then. But the story, of course, left an imprint on Pamela's behavior. She became more experienced, wiser, more cautious, and no longer allowed dangerous situations in her life, avoided guys. Pamela did not trust men, and even planned to live her whole life alone and independent. Other girls aspired to marry, dreamed of family life. Pamela was quite satisfied with a bachelor existence. Love did not pass her by. It happened when Pamela worked at school. Once in the gym needed repair. A construction crew arrived. It was led by a tall, russet-haired, blue-eyed guy. When Pamela first saw Adam, her heart gave a sweet shiver. She had forbidden herself to feel anything at first, but it was beyond her strength. All the more so when Adam began to pay the pretty young teacher some attention. This time everything was different, beautiful, romantic, and sincere. Adam asked Pamela out on dates and always greeted her with a bouquet of beautiful flowers. They sat in cafes, went to the movies and theaters, just walked around the city, talked a lot, got to know each other closer and closer, and closer. And at one fine moment, Pamela realized that she couldn't live without Adam. Happiness. He felt the same way. The young people got married. Pamela moved into her husband's apartment, which he got from work. The couple were happy. They lived soul to soul, but they couldn't have a baby. And I wanted one so badly, Pamela sighed. Of course I knew what was wrong. Hannah had warned me that there might be problems with children in the future. But at the time, having just gotten rid of the problem, it didn't bother me at all. A sad Pamela told her husband all about it. She didn't want there to be any secrets between them. Pamela was mentally prepared for Adam to leave her. Who would want someone like that? But he only hugged her tightly and told her it wasn't important. Adam took pity on me, Pamela continued. He, like Emma, blamed Ben for everything. So we'll have to live alone, without children. That's all right, that's what happens. And they lived, enjoying each other, traveling, working, meeting friends, visiting interesting places, reading, sharing impressions of what they had read, watching TV together, supported each other in everything. Adam and Pamela became the closest and dearest people. Wonderful, simply golden years, full of love, acceptance, and mutual understanding. For Pamela, they were a reward, payback for a cold and unhappy childhood. But time takes its toll. Pamela and Adam grew old. His heart problems have worsened since his retirement. And 2 years ago, Pamela was left alone. Adam had a heart attack right in front of his terrified wife. She took the loss hard and still hasn't fully recovered. It's only now that he's not around that I realize what loneliness is. Pamela shook her head. It's when there's no one to talk to, no one to care about. It's hard, Amanda nodded sympathetically. She temporarily forgot about her own problem. What kind of problem is it anyway? I'll tell my parents. They'll be grumpy, but they'll figure something out. There will be a way out. This is not the old days, when the family of a girl who got into such a situation lay in indelible shame. The XXI century is here, and this does not happen. Although, Of course, it will not be easy. The apartment is small, and there's a new baby. Do you know what I was thinking? Pamela suddenly smiled. What if you came to my place and rented a room from me? Not for money, but for domestic help. I'm old, weak. Sometimes it's hard even to go to the store, and here I have a living soul near me. I don't know, Amanda laughed, realizing at once that it was an ideal option. But it's not profitable for you. The room could be rented out for a lot of money. I don't have that kind of money, and all you're offering to do is help you with the household chores. It's an unequal exchange. Take it. Pamela smiled warmly. And you feel good, and I'm not so lonely. And when the baby is born, I'll help you with the baby. I'd love to. I've never had children of my own. So I just love babies, Pamela continued. How many relatives have you swaddled? It's exhausting. And you're going to need some help, too. Amanda still couldn't believe her good fortune. It was the perfect solution to the problem. A real solution. The old woman is really lonely, and Amanda needs support and participation. They would save each other. Thank you. Tears came to her eyes. The future is finally becoming clearer. Bright rainbow colors. And faith. For the first time, I felt the joy of being a mom soon. I now have a plan, I have support, which means everything will be okay.